But anyway. Did you put that back on my desk?
You betcha. It looks like 9:30.
Yeah, there's right there. This would be a good way to get rid of it.
Are we ready, Bill? Okay, I call to order the regular business meeting of September 6th, 2022 at 9:30 here in Marks Hall. Russell, would you lead us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Our Heavenly Father, we commit this meeting to you. O Lord, guide us with your wisdom so that we as a board can make the decisions necessary together for our future to live in the park. Amen.
Amen. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Lori, could I have the roll call, please?
Sure, Mary Chandler,
Somebody call her.
Lori Dalton, here Zoom, Kathy Gregory.
Here in the hall.
I can barely hear Kathy. Todd
Here in the-
Lombardi,
Here
there,
in the
that was
hall.
better.
Todd present in the hall.
Russell McAllister,
Present in the hall.
Louis Nichols,
Present in the hall.
Pete Price,
Absent.
Sandy Simonich. Yeah, Sandy Simonich. On Zoom? And Dwayne Trotter.
Present and in the hall. Lori, would you call Mary's name again? I think she just joined us on Zoom.
I'm here. I'm here, sorry.
Okay, and you're via Zoom apparently. All right,
Yes.
no worries. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Got her, got it.
I'd like to start off there with the resident comments, please, if there are any. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to make a comment for residents? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close resident comments and we'll go right into the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of August 15th, 2022 board meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve the board meeting minutes.
Russell motioned and Todd seconded. Are there any corrections to those minutes?
There's one from the reports from clubs and organizations. Terry Ellenberger's last name was misspelled.
All right, hang on for me just a second. I got to catch up to where you're at. All right, I'm sorry, spell Terry's last name for me.
Isn't it Ellen?
I don't know. Apparently I thought it was A, that's why I typed it that way.
Correct, it is
So,
LLEN.
all right, so it's E, it starts with an E or an A?
E.
E.
Okay, all right, I can fix that, that's not a problem.
Any other corrections? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
I,
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. The motion is approved. Is there a
And we were
motion?
motioning on as, Dwayne, we were motioning on as corrected, because you said it as written.
No, I as amended,
Okay,
just what I'd said.
okay. That's what I missed. Okay, thank you, sorry.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the August 15th, 2022 workshop meeting?
So moved.
Todd made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Russell seconded. Are there any corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes as read, please say aye.
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 Those against, please say nay. The motion is approved, or the minutes are approved. Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the August 26th, 2022 special meeting?
So moved.
Todd made the motion,
I'll second.
Lewis seconded. Are there any corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes as written, please say aye.
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 Those against, please say nay. The minutes are approved. Okay, Mary, could we have the treasurer's report, please?
Absolutely. Checking account balance, 36,451.90.
Okay.
Money market, 788,926.75.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the treasurer's report?
So moved.
Todd makes that motion. Is there a second?
And second.
Kathy seconds. Any discussion? All in favor of approving the treasurer's report, please say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
against, those against, please say nay. Getting too fast. The motion is approved. Okay, do we have any bills, Mary?
We do not.
Nice. Okay, could I have the informational report from the trustees? I'll start off with Lewis.
Currently pursuing about 18 lawn violations, contacted several and continuing to contact more as we go and adding to the list.
Okay, anything else?
No, several have been resolved already, I would say.
Good. Russell?
Actually, everything on the north side is going good. There's maybe 4 or 5 letters sent out. It would be nice, though, that the people that aren't here, if they would actually realize how bad their yards look and everything while they're gone. That'd be nice. We wouldn't have to send out letters. Or if their neighbors would actually contact them and let them know that their weeds are overgrown, whether they've got concrete or gravel. Seems to be a consistent thing that we're trying to get on people to straighten up their places, and they're not even here and don't care. Anyway, other than that, the north side is looking fine. You know, we go ahead and do reoccurring recreation.
Sure.
Can I interject one thing into Russell's comment? Sorry. One thing we definitely find is that quite often it's the lawn mowing company is behind or is just not performing. And those phone calls typically are very short and sweet that I didn't realize that, let me call them. And that can come from a neighbor as easily as it can come from a board member, just notification that, hey, look, you know, I know you hired someone, they're not taking care of your lawn. So we'd appreciate that help from the neighbors.
We just found one the other day where the individual lawn company wasn't even mowing the yard and it was, and they were paying.
And we have 2 of them that have quit. So that's going to be part of it. As follows for the reoccurring rec, the dance was held on 8/27. There were 26 guests who attended. Approximately 25 residents attended. So the attendance there is 50-50. The door took in $200 and the 50-50 was $97. And the person that won 50-50 for the park, actually, they kept that, right? Or did they turn it back in? They kept it because the one for the Cook's Night Out donated.
Mhm.
No, yeah,
I
she
don't-
gave it back. Yeah, she gave it
Okay,
back.
she gave it back. That's right. And now there's two more dances scheduled, 9:24 and 10:22. So please help out. Let's get some attendance and come enjoy yourselves. That's it for them.
Okay, Kathy?
Good morning, everybody. In case you don't know, we have a cookout next Thursday on September 15th at noon in the large hall. We've given out 85 tickets so far, which I think is a really good start to this. If you have a neighbor or a friend in the park that maybe does not get out much or doesn't read the bulletin boards or watch 732 or read the Tribune, they may not know what's going on. So could you please spread the word? This is the last cookout for the summer. We'd love to have an amazing attendance. This Friday is the final day to pick up a ticket. And because we don't want to waste any of this money that was given to us to use, there's not going to be any extra main meal. There's not going to be any extra hot dogs or hamburgers. What I have is what we're going to have. So it's important that everyone pick up a ticket, please. And you can have a hamburger, hot dog, or a meat-free, plant-based item. So there's something for everybody. Let's see, I will need some assistance taking tickets at the door next Thursday and to help out with receiving food and everything else. If you'd like to volunteer, please let me know. We have 2 movie nights in September, one on this Thursday, the 8th, and then one on the 22nd. And we are planning a happy hour beach party at the Beach Pavilion on Friday, October 14th from 5 to 7. We will have a DJ who sings as well as plays music. So it's going to be a fun way to end our summer activities. I just want to thank you to everyone who's come out and supported this. Extra thank you to maintenance for letting me do all this extra work. So please come out and support. So thank you.
Kathy, what was the date for the beach?
Friday, October 14th.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right, maintenance guys are still busy mowing. We have hired a new guy, Jim. He's gonna start, I believe, next week. So that'll be, well, I'll just make sure the guys are working really hard and they it is a hard job. And so wish him good luck. They're getting ready to start a couple big projects. First one's gonna be the repairs on the marina, the fish house and the docks. And also we're gonna start painting the firehouse, get it with our new colors and make all that look good. And with the fish house repairs, I wanna give a special thanks to the Cooks Night Out ladies. They bought us a yacht. And maybe a little bit of a stretch buying us a yacht, but they bought us a John boat to assist with those repairs. We basically used to borrow Mark's John boat all the time, and that's not available anymore. So Park does now have a John boat, thanks to the ladies. And again, thank you very much. And also tree trimming starting today. So they're going to start trimming all the palm trees and the rubber trees. So rubber tree will get cut back heavily. So keep in mind, it was cut back that heavily last year. If you look at it now, don't freak out. It comes right back. And then in a month from now, they will do the mangrove trimmings. So, I guess that's about it for right now.
great.
Guys
Thank
are
you.
doing a great job.
Sandy?
I do not have anything more to add to mine, but everyone seems to be pretty healthy, which makes me glad. So we are all in this together to work together. If you know of anybody that needs some extra help or whatever, be sure and give me a call and I will do my best to get some help there for them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Lori?
I don't have anything to report.
Okay, Mary?
My most important thing, Kathy, can you set aside 2 tickets for me for the cookout? I don't get into like 4:30
I
on
would be
Friday.
happy to.
Thank you. Otherwise than that, most of my stuff is going to be talked about on the workshop. I am so sorry that I was late getting in. Did we have public comment? I expected some questions about the letter. Did we have anybody?
Nobody responded to the public comment.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. I think that's about it. I said I'm coming home on Friday, so looking forward to getting back and seeing everybody. Had a fantastic final weekend here. I'm exhausted though. It's been raining now for 2 days straight, which is why I'm inside because it's freezing out. But I'll be back on Friday.
And freezing is probably what, 70?
No, freezing for us is about 48, Dwayne.
Oh.
48 and rainy.
48, okay.
Yep.
All right, anything else?
No, that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, and I don't have anything to report this go around. I'd like to have the report from the standing committees, Treasure Barn.
Barb Sewell, 6608 Dakota Street. Everything's moving right along. Thanks to the people that came out and helped last week. They had extra lot and they made light work of it. And thanks to Todd and Kathy, as always, they're doing wonderful for us.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, let's jump into the new business. The first item we have on there is the incident and accident reporting, PP 27B. Kathy?
I make a motion to approve the incident and accident policy and procedure, PP 27B, as previously discussed at the workshop on August 1st, 2022, and on August 15th, 2022, Trailer Estates Workshop.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Russell does a second. Are there any discussions regarding the PP?
Look, Lou just seconded.
What did they say?
He said Russell. Pick it on me.
I thought that was Louis' voice.
Oh,
I have a discussion, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate about how we're going to disseminate the information about this. Can I bring this up now?
sure.
Okay. So anybody have any ideas about how we can get the word about this new PP? This is really important. When we talked about having this new policy and procedure with the form attached to where all the first aid kits are. Is that a possibility? Can we
Yeah,
purchase
that's
those?
not a problem. That
Okay,
can be laminated and stuck right with every,
No, you don't want to laminate them. You want to do door pockets like we've got in the office for each of us. Put those by the,
Yeah,
and then put
we
the
can
sheets
have
in there because they have to be able to fill them out.
okay,
But I would recommend a total blitz attack. Put it on 732, hang posters on all the bulletin boards. Make sure that you mail one to all of the instructors so that they're aware.
I agree.
Did I miss anything?
Get them in every.
Oh,
one of the
website.
state boxes.
and the Tribune also.
Yeah.
We can make the Tribune the next month. Sandy, what's your feeling about giving it all to all the instructors? Do they get a kit during the fall or?
I'm sorry, Kathy, I didn't get everything that you said.
Is there any way that we can get this to all the instructors?
Sure. I have a list of all the instructors and I will be there November 1st. Is that too late?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. When I get there November 1st, because I have to go and talk to every one of the instructors of our different activities. So that would be a good time to introduce this and tell them
Okay.
what's happening.
Okay. I also thought about mentioning it during the cookout. I know that seems odd, but we have a captive audience. And I believe in doing a captive audience because it works for Cook's Night Out. It gets information out. We could put it we could post it on a computer and put up on the screen so we don't waste paper, kill more trees. but also get the word out that we have this, because this really involves every resident as a reporter as well. It's not just about the instructors. It's anytime we have an incident. We already used it at the pool, thanks to Lewis, when we had someone who had a seizure at the pool. And so we've already tried it out, and the forum works really well. So the more we get the word out, the better. So thank you, Lori. Okay.
Yeah, another thing, you've got a captive audience with bingo, and I would say not only bring it up when bingo starts to ramp back up in October, but I would say come back again in January and bring it up yet again, because
Okay.
you've got a large captive audience at bingo.
Okay. So thank you.
Okay, anything else? Lori, I do need to change that. It was Lewis that seconded, not Russell.
Yeah, I got that correction. I thought that was his voice,
Great.
but I caught it. Thank you.
Duck. Okay, the second item we have is the additional,
We got to
cameras.
vote on it?
Did we
We gotta
vote on that?
Oh,
We didn't vote.
I don't want to vote, no. Okay. What the hell did I do? Let's see.
Yeah, I did as well.
Lewis second.
You made the motion, Lewis seconded. Was there any other discussion other than what we've already had? All those in favor, please say aye.
Uh,
I,
Those against, please say nay. The motion is approved. Okay, give me another break. Okay, the second item that we have is the add additional cameras. Todd, you want to go with it?
Okay, make motion to add additional cameras to cover dead zones around the park at a cost of $7,107.50, as discussed on the 8/1/2022 and 8/15/2022 workshops.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Kathy seconded. Is there any discussion?
I have a question. Out of the expense for each camera, around $1,084, what's our expense as far as maintenance working? What do you project for using maintenance to do any work?
I don't remember what that was, but it was less than $1,000.
Okay,
I remember it was minimal, like
Yeah.
400.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember what it was. I
$400.
had it on the other workshops, but we
Yeah,
took it off
I
in
took it
the
off.
last workshop, and I
Oh,
don't
I'm
have it
sorry.
in front of me, but
It was about 400 bucks.
okay.
we gotta buy a couple pieces of pipe and run a little bit of electric. It
Electric.
was very minimal, really.
Perfect.
Did I get a second?
Mhm.
Kathy did, okay. Is there any discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
I,
Those against, please say nay. The motion is passed. Third item we have was the approved dock and boat lift at 6712 Marina. And I think that's yours, Lewis?
Yep. I make a motion that we approve the plans for installation of a new dock and boat lift at 6712 Marina per the attached site plan.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Russell? Yes, sir. Is there any discussion?
The one question I have is, his lot is 45 feet? I thought the lots were 40 feet.
That I don't know.
I did not verify that. But the lot survey that on the plan could be wrong.
That's the only question I had, because I know most lots down there are 40 feet wide, most singles. It shows 45.
Okay, but I don't want to hold this up
No,
if it's just a misunderstanding on the
Prince.
prints. If you would, Lewis, would you do that today
Yep.
and verify that? But I'd like to get the approval.
Even if it's 40, it's still gonna be more than 5 foot setback on each
Mhm.
side.
Mhm. Oh, yeah. Adding the setbacks.
The current setbacks are, they show 8 feet
Yeah,
to the property line. They would subtract 2.5 feet from each side, so it'd still be
Okay.
5.5 feet setback. So I'm comfortable approving it as it is. But I'll verify.
Okay. Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor of approving the motion with the verification later, please say aye.
I,
Aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Motion is approved. And the last item we have on here is the final employee handbook. I've gone through this thing, I don't know how many times. I got to one part that I absolutely would like to change, but I think we can change this employee handbook at any time throughout the year if we wish. The one part,
Dwayne,
yes,
you're supposed to read your motion, get a second, and then talk about it.
what I think I'm going to do is pull this item from the agenda.
Okay. Okay, that works.
There's something I just don't really like in it. So I'll bring that up at the next meeting.
So we move it to the workshop, so
Yeah, I'll move it back to the next workshop.
this one.
No, I'm gonna
I have,
rewrite, I'm gonna rewrite
Yeah,
this
because I have
thing.
a few things too for that.
I have a comment too about the book. So my fear is that you're gonna do yours. Then if I had a comment at the next one, another month is gonna go by. I mean, and that's, if that's okay, that's fine. But I'm just saying, it might not be the only comment.
It still should go to the board meeting or board
Yeah,
workshop.
So at that
We can
point, we
talk
can
about
do
it.
both
Yeah,
comments.
yeah.
Okay, that's,
and we've already gone over this thing once, so I hope
Mhm.
everybody's already
Mhm.
developed their questions.
Mhm.
Yep.
But yeah, I'll bring that up to the next meeting's workshop. Okay, could I have the reports from the clubs and organizations, please? Don't everybody run at once. Do I have anybody on Zoom that would like to have a report for the clubs and organization? Hearing none, I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 9:57. Are you ready, Lori?
I'm ready.
Not ready. Call to order the Board of Trustee workshop for September 6th, 2022 here in Marks Hall at 10:58.
9:58.
I'm sorry, 9:58. God,
You're ready.
it's today Monday.
Are you wishing our life away, Dwayne?
Well, it's going to be a long day. I know that one.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other items to be added to the workshop from any of the trustees?
Actually,
I have one, Dwayne.
I'd like to postpone one. I thought
Okay,
you'd be really happy about. I would like to, on number 11, set up takedown. Because we may be talking about that with the budget.
Okay,
So I saw something on there. So I'm going to postpone it for right now because it may not be needed.
okay, item 11 is deleted.
Mhm.
Anything else?
I need to add, Dwayne,
Okay,
insurances, liability, property, workers' comp, auto, that whole insurance package.
I'm sorry, insurance.
Yes,
What was the rest of them?
liability, property, workers' comp and auto.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, Marie, do you want to start off with your recurring workshop agenda for the seawall repair?
Yep, I mean, really the only thing I need to add that's not already covered in an item of its own is that I did get the closing documents for the loan. Getting exciting, we're getting there. So I'm putting together everything that we need to have prepared for closing on September 16th. And Dwayne, you need to be available at that closing with me and Mark. Is that gonna, I hope that's not gonna be a problem.
Nope, nope, I'll be here.
I haven't got a time, but it's going to be on the 16th.
Okay,
All right,
you want to take off with your next one, review the amendment?
I'll take off. So this is not related to Seawall, but well, yeah, it's not related to Seawall. But we do need to amend the budget we're living in right now to incorporate things that have come in to play that we're going to have to make adjustments for. This was a recommendation by our auditors that we do this because we need to bring the income in that we receive from the auxiliary. We have to recognize that. So it needs to be brought into the budget, even though we're going to be using it for other things. And the fact that we no longer, we got rid of one standing committee and the money that was left in their fund, what we're going to do with that, we need to recognize. So it was recommended by them with those kinds of things going on that it made sense for us to amend our budget. So I took a stab at amending the budget to bring those items into play. Got a little bit more detailed with it and just wanted to see if anybody had anything that they wanted to ask questions about with that. My hope is that we'll adopt this amended budget at our next meeting and we'll adopt the resolution that I also attached stating we're amending the budget. But that's the reason for it. If anybody has any questions, shoot, I'll do my best.
Oh, I think it's a great idea to do that because it actually shows the transfer of the property at the fire department for $10.
Yeah,
It actually reflects the additional monies that came in at 87,000 from the fire auxiliary. It should be 87,481.
yeah,
And
481, 45, yeah.
then the dissolution of the beautification committee. When I look
Yep.
at that balance there, Mary, it says 6.048 and really just needs a comma if we're going to approve that. That was just a typo, is all I seen.
Oh, where I gotta find it real quick.
It just says the Trailer States Park and Recreation abolished the beautification committee, and then it's just the dollar amount in that paragraph. It just has a period instead of a comma.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, yes, thank you very much for catching that.
But no, I think that's a great idea, and it actually shows everything that we are bringing in into the 2022 budget. Is there any other discussion?
No.
Anybody have any? Okay.
Okay, I'll bring
Okay.
this forward. We'll adopt it, the resolution with the new Exhibit A and we are only required with an amended budget to put it on our website, I believe. And leave it there for 2 years or something like that. I'll get the specifics, but we don't have to do any public hearings or mail out any notices or anything.
Okay.
All right. Yay, moving on.
Okay, review the final 2022-2023 budget. Mary?
Yep, now that we know what our loan payment's going to be, we've locked in on our interest rate. We need to put a final budget in place for that. And I've given that exhibit, so and the resolution now, I just want to make sure the resolution that I wrote to adopt for the final budget, I did an amendment and I don't know if you got the right one in your package. I sent it to TJ after and I noticed my package didn't have the right one. So If yours has got $125 amount in it highlighted for the special assessment, it's the wrong resolution. But we'll get the right one for you to adopt on the next meeting on the 19th.
That's the right one.
Mhm, it's in
What,
there.
what was that dollar amount, Mary?
The one, I think it's got $125 in it for the special assessment
Should be $100.
versus the $100.44.
Okay. I've
So,
seen that.
The resolution that we'll actually adopt talks about receiving the money from the fire department,
Mhm.
an approximate amount of income that will result in that, which will happen on the 29th. So it'll be it's going to probably be in this next budget year because I didn't put it in the other one. The loan for 1.5, the $100.44 special assessment. So it brings all of that in, and the new budget that incorporates that into it as well.
Mary, may I ask a
Mary?
question?
I don't know who wants to go first, but anybody.
Lori,
Lauren?
go ahead.
I
Go
guess
ahead.
I'll hop in there. I don't know if this is appropriate, but since you're talking fire department funds, did you get another bill from our attorney for the fire department? And did you ever get a final bill for Big Fish? So we know what we're transferring on the 29th?
I don't know if I've got a final one. I think I might have a final one for Big Fish. I've put some estimates in there for that 180 that I'm saying is going to transfer. It's going to
Okay.
cover us for all that for sure.
Okay, all right,
I'm not
thank you.
worried about that.
Sorry, okay,
Nope. I did another projection on that end before I did this one. Helps wearing both hats.
yes, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, Kathy, go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just have a quick question. This is just to help my memory. Looking at the proposed budget, the transfer park manager subsidy, can you please refresh my memory about where that's coming from? Or what
That's
that
coming from the
belongs?
funds that we're getting from the fire department.
Okay, okay,
We'd said we would do that for the first 2 years until we, wanted to make sure it was something it was gonna work for us.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Maybe it's gonna come up later, but do we want to expand a little bit on the $100.44 per EAU? It seems like there's a lot of questions on it. Is that gonna come up in the September 14th?
Yes. Yep, we'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about prepayments. We'll be answering lots of questions. I was quite surprised there wasn't anybody there considering what I'm reading on Facebook. I
Yep.
expected there to be a lot of people there today with questions, but maybe they're holding them all till the 14th, so. Okay, when we get to that, I can talk about what my thoughts are on how I'm gonna attack that meeting too.
Okay,
But any more questions on the budget for the final one that we'll have to adopt? On the 19th and then I'll also be talking about it on the 14th when I'm talking about everything else.
okay. Anybody have anything else? Good. Okay, we'll head on to the next one, which is the maintenance employee realignment. That's myself. What I'd like to do is propose to change Bill Cottam from the foreman to make him an exempt employee. This position should be looking strictly at the administration, addressing the contracts, the bid requirements, and then a complete oversight of the maintenance operation. What it's going to do on the exempt status is it will reduce the number of overtime and comp time callbacks. And what I'd also like to do is change Randy Hedgecock, who is a Tech 4. I'd like to make him into the foreman, which is going to realign him over the pay scale of what's already set up for another individual that has longer tenure. So with that, it would be just basically for a chart would be Bill, which would be exempt, which is going to be in the employee handbook. Randy would be a supervisor over the full-time and part-time staff. And then what I also did was I asked Todd to make up a compensation review, but I see, Mary, that it's attached to yours.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So we can go over that, but that's what I'd like to propose is just a reorganization chart making those two changes.
So are you moving Bill into a position that already exists?
Already exists. Well, I'm changing his title.
He does all that work.
Yeah, he's already doing that
Right.
work. So it's going to be, instead of a foreman, he will become the maintenance manager.
Okay, gotcha. So that did exist. All right, thank you.
So as we make him exempt and more of an administrative role, sounds like, does it influence what our park manager search at all? Is my question. Is there any overlap? Are we creating any overlap there?
No.
It's pretty much doing the same thing he's doing now.
Same
I
thing
mean, it's
with
just
what he's doing
it's a
now.
title change.
And that park manager, if she gets hired, would be over, of course, the staff, the administrative staff, as well as the maintenance staff. But the requirements are still going to be the same, and he will not be doing the actual work of a maintenance foreman.
Will Bill report to the park manager or to the board?
Well,
That was my question too,
Yeah, no,
because
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth, but I'm going to say yes, they are going to report to the park manager because the park manager reports to the board of trustees.
Mhm.
That's
I think
my
it'll work
story, and
either
I'm
way. I think it
sticking
just has
to
to be
it.
clear.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I think it'll work either way. I think it just has to be clear.
Well, that works out better for our employee handbook.
Mhm.
Okay, I have a question. So how would this involve the maintenance trustee? Would this take away some duties or,
sounds like it.
yeah?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
the park manager is going to take away a lot of the duties of the north-south. Maintenance, I don't know about your two, or the recurring and non-recurring, how that's going to affect it, but yeah, he's going to be taking a lot of workload, as well as some from Mary.
Okay, let me, I didn't make my question clear. By realigning Bill into an exempt position, will this take away from the maintenance trustees' duties?
Oh,
Because we're talking about bids and everything else and
Mhm.
so how does this affect it?
No, the maintenance trustee is still going to require the maintenance manager, if it goes that way, to get those bids and everything. It's still going to be Bill's requirement to review those bids and report back to the maintenance trustee, who would oversee to make sure everything was done correctly.
Then Bill would report to the maintenance trustee, not the park manager then.
Well,
Yeah.
when we get the park manager, it's going to be both.
Wouldn't that be a bit muddled? to
Yeah, I
have two
think that is too,
bosses?
yes. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it as being muddled.
Well,
Well,
I do.
Having two bosses is not good.
no.
Well,
I'm not sure I would change up anything from about the way it goes now. I would think I would still have Bill report to the maintenance trustee. I mean, if it was my choice,
but if the maintenance trustee is not here year round, then that's where it falls into a problem.
Mhm.
So you can either have have it taken care of with someone here who's here all the time or periodically, because we're not all going to be in the maintenance position all the time.
Agree.
There'll be somebody who will be gone. So he really needs a boss that is actually involved in the everyday actions and workings of the park. Nothing says that the maintenance trustee can't submit or go to the manager and, I mean, they can work together too, because the manager's going to be working with maintenance.
Okay, so what are you expecting the maintenance trustee to be doing then? What, that's my question. What is he supposed to be doing?
Helping oversee everything and adjust what needs to be adjusted. I mean, you got a position to where you can tell what's going on. Manager might not be able to see all that. You already help Bill right now. And that doesn't mean you have to be involved in everyday activities, just as long as you know Bill and the manager are taking care of the property. Then allow them to do the work and you, just like we're supposed to be doing, coming up with suggestions and ideals and things instead of being in this day-to-day operation. Because whoever's maintenance next might not be in a position to be able to do it every day in
Right.
and day out.
Yeah, I understand
We
that
have to
part.
think of the future for the trustees that'll be coming on board, not just for a present situation.
Well, I understand what you just said, but from my recollection, it was going to be the maintenance manager was going to be over the administrative staff as well as the maintenance staff. It's still unclear how much responsibility is the park manager going to relieve all
Mhm.
9 board trustees, not just maintenance,
Right.
but how much does that take off of me from what I'm writing up? How much is it taking off of Mary? I don't think we've really got that far until we actually sit down and hire a park manager. The position description that I developed, truthfully, I can't remember what the hell I put in it. It's here somewhere. But is that the recollection of what we did? That's how I remember setting this thing up,
And
but because that park manager was going to take away a lot of the workload of
Mhm.
the board of trustees. And the board of trustees was only going to be writing policy from the discretion of the park manager, whatever she had made provisions for.
Okay, if I can ask a question, I know Todd right now is overseeing the marina and the storage lots
Mhm.
instead of having somebody else do that. So could that be added to the maintenance trustee's official job? Instead of having somebody else do it, I mean,
He
you're already
will.
doing it. And I know
He
that,
will
and
be
I know
doing
that, and I know that, but we're looking at us personally versus the position.
Right.
Yes.
If we're going to do that, if we're going to shift assignments, which I think is a good thing, and I'm not, but then can we add that to the maintenance trustee job tasks that they take over the marina and the storage lot officially? I know we had
I
it.
agree. I
Mhm.
totally
See
understand
what
what
I
you're
mean?
saying. I just think
Yeah.
it's better to leave it open so that
Okay,
all those could be separate positions if you want. The next person that comes in may not have a clue about how to dock a boat and be a dock master and all that. So I think those need to be left alone and can be separate positions if needed.
I guess the only thing I can say about that is I didn't know anything about rec. I had never gone to a dance or a Showtime here until I was over it. Truth. So we all have to have a learning curve.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt.
We run for the board. We don't run for a position.
Right.
And
Yes.
there's a difference. So I understand what you're saying.
Yep.
But we all have to learn the job that we're given.
My
Agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. My concern is, if the maintenance group, the employees are under the park manager. I mean, are they under the park manager, are they under the maintenance manager? Or, and then if, so let's say the trustee wants something done, but someone else is controlling those resources, you know,
Yeah.
it gets a little cumbersome. And not that it can't be worked out, but it has to be clear what the path is to procure the resources if there's a project that needs to be done.
Yeah.
You can't just arbitrarily say, we're gonna do this, and then the maintenance, and then the park manager says, I don't have those resources. I don't have that many guys.
That's why the park, excuse me, why the maintenance supervisor needs to report to one or the other.
That's what I think.
And I'm sure we're gonna look at that later on as this comes up, but even in the position description here is the park manager is going to develop position description, do the evaluations and everything else. So to me, it's already leading as that person being over the office and maintenance. But I think as we get along and start getting into those discussions, but I just think it's too early.
Agreed.
So do I bring this forward to the next meeting or not?
We're gonna eventually end up doing this. He already does all this anyway.
Yep,
So-
it's just gonna save us
Yeah.
time and overtime.
Yeah, I think there's two separate things. I think there's his compensation issue, and then there's the reporting thing.
Right,
And I
I-
think you can change his compensation without changing the
Reporting.
reporting issues in the future.
And can I ask how much overtime we're talking about?
The overtime hasn't been turned in. He has been coming in and doing it for free.
Right.
If I get with the fair labor, we
Yes.
could be held liable for that.
Guilty of that.
The same as if you don't take your lunch period and everything else. If you're working through your lunches, you can get caught. But that was one of the main reasons why I wanted to switch this to an exempt employee.
I fully agree that he
Yeah.
needs to be
Yeah.
taken to a
And
salary
know-
position.
From someone who's been guilty of this, because I have, I'll admit it. It was always told to me when I got in this role that you have a problem, call Bill.
Mhm.
And it's like, let's go sign up, call Bill. And Bill's always been gracious about this. This happened Saturday morning before aerobics class. They had a soundboard issue. But I think also it can be a training issue too, because no matter what status he's in, he's going to get phone calls. Or someone is. And from someone that does a lot of recreational activities on the weekends, and people use the soundboard. Maybe along with this, I think this is a great idea. We need to educate people about what to do if and who do we call? I mean, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to call Bill. So now I call Todd. But things happen.
I've been
and-
trying to minimize the calls to
Yeah,
Bill
and
and
I
I ask people
understand
to
it.
call me and a lot of the
Yeah.
stuff I can take care of
Yeah.
without having to bother him.
Yeah, and I hate to
And
bother him.
I agree. I'm same
and
way. I
he-
don't want to bother
And he's
myself.
very gracious about it. And in fact, one day I woke him up because I didn't realize he was out late and bothered him. But we do need to maybe do a better job of educating our instructors about who to call if there's a soundboard issue or a room setup issue. The clubs who I know call Bill on a regular basis because I've heard about it, because they don't know who to call. So what do we do?
Well, right now, I think we're well on our way on educating the other clubs and organizations. Todd and Bill have already been talking with the church where we've had numerous problems on the sound system. Bill has been helping the bingo out on making sure that the plug is there so he's not called in on a plug that's been disconnected because of a dance or something. I think Bill and Todd are already working on the maps of how all the tables are to be set up. If there, and then there's going to be a charge for if an outside activity that comes in for plan A, B, C, and D, if they need 10 chairs or 10 tables in all the chairs. So that is already going to be a policy that will be put in place. So I think we're well on our way on educating people. If we put Bill in here as exempt, first thing I'd suggest to him is to say no.
I agree.
I'm not coming in.
Yeah.
I've taught you this time and time again,
Mhm.
do without. Okay, I've harped. So by bringing this forward, it's just the compensation and the title change. Yeah, it doesn't have to do anything with reporting to the maintenance trustee or the park manager yet.
It doesn't. Yeah, I think we can bring it forward. And I would be in
Yeah,
favor.
doesn't this just boil down to promotions?
Yep,
Mhm.
that's it.
So Dwayne, are we going to be moving him into one of the salaries that's on these grids that were attached?
That was just,
The
I
next
just did
item is
that.
compensation review. I gotta see if we've got money to give him these promotions.
Yeah,
or-
I just did that as a starting point. I just put some numbers in there, so none of that was,
Okay.
that was
All
just in there to make it easy to adjust and discuss. Because you notice I even had the office manager as a salary position.
Well, a couple of years ago, I tried to make both Mark and TJ salaried and it got shot down instantaneous. Didn't get off the ground at all. So if we're gonna move Bill to exempt, I do think we should have a discussion about moving TJ to exempt as well as as that level of a person, a professional, should be an exempt status.
I agree. And then we're not following the guidelines truthfully that are in the current book, because what I put on here is maintenance foreman, which would be Randy's position. His years of service versus his pay is not correct off that chart, so. And then the other thing we got to think about also is the other ones have to be by 2026, they have to be up to $15 an hour, and that's what I kind of reflected in this sheet. But again, these were just numbers thrown in here, and it's nothing, it was just for discussion.
Well, let me go this way. If everybody thinks that the office manager should be an exempt, I will bring the realignment of the maintenance as well as the office manager and bring them in at both the same time. I'll just bring it back to another workshop. And then we can go over the what is it? The compensation review today to see just what we'd like to pay him, if we can pay him that kind of a
Well-
salary.
Dwayne,
Yes,
if everybody's comfortable with moving the office manager to exempt as well, do we need another workshop? Can't we talk about this now and get it done? Because everything goes into effect October 1st as far as
Yeah.
salary increases goes. It just would be cleaner.
so all I really need to do here is on this workshop to just propose the change of Bill Cottam and TJ Miller as exempt employees,
Right.
and then keep the same thing with Randy, making him the supervisor over the full and part-time employees.
We can do
And then
that.
if we can go so far as talk about what their new salaries will be, I've got the spreadsheet up that I had for the compensation review. We
Mhm.
can make sure that we've got what we need in order to put these new salaries in effect at 10/1.
Mhm.
Are
Okay,
we
if
are we
nobody
ready
has
to
a
do
problem with that,
everything
I'll
now
bring
so
it.
we can move forward?
Yeah, if nobody has a
Mhm.
problem with that, I'll go ahead and bring that forward to the next board meeting
Mhm.
for approval.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
So what do we think is a fair compensation to start Bill out at at his new role? Do you have the spreadsheet that I had to go with the compensation review?
Yeah.
What were we paying Mark? Cause wasn't Mark the manager?
Yeah,
Oh,
but Mark
goodness.
had 37 years in there, and based on our other compensation sheet that was in the old employee
Yep.
handbook, they just didn't jive. There was no way that, because it was set up by number of years per salary. And Bill was close
Right.
to 27, 28 years versus Mark's 37, so it just didn't compute.
So Bill's, what's
it?
Bill's tenure? 27?
Do you have now 27? I think, yeah, 27. Oh, here it is, here it is.
I lost mine too, apparently.
Yeah.
That's the one for. Stuck in with this one.
Does everybody have this one?
Mhm.
Okay, I think Mary, should be.
Yeah.
It came after the fact.
It came after the fact. It was, in fact, it replaced the, resolution for 2022, 2023 B.
I got it.
Okay, everybody has a compensation, package. Mary, do you want to start off?
Well, sure. So let's go to the office manager. That's the first one. Do we know what TJ's tenure is? I don't.
I think she's at 32 years now. 32,
Okay.
33.
All right. So that on this, that moves her to $30.80. She's at $30.08 now. So if it is 32, it would give her a little bit. Let me see what that gives her for a bump up. 30.80 gives her a 2.4% increase.
I say on my chart, that's what I took the one that she's currently at. And then I added 2% to that.
So it's not much difference.
Then I use the 2,080 hours for, a times the hourly rate to get the, proposed salary.
And what did you get for salary, Todd?
It's on that office manager sheet. So if she's,
Oh, I'm sorry, down there.
yeah, that the bottom, I took the current one. The top chart is basically what's in our book, current book now.
And you're using the 31 to 35 years.
Yeah, so the 31 to
So if I
35
go-
years.
If I go $30.80 an hour for 40 hours for 52 weeks a year, I get 64,064.
And I came up with
Get
65.
65?
Cause it's 2,080, so 2,080 hours is what the figure I
Equals
used, so
40 times 52 is 2,080. So what's wrong with, why am I not? Equals that.
Well, yours is showing $30.98. Todd's using $30.19.
no, the
Oh,
second.
I've got $30.80 if it's 32
second line.
years.
The
We go
second
first
line
number.
down be 6530 or 65,345.28.
Yeah, and I'm getting less than that. That's what I'm trying to figure out when I do the formula.
Unless I have a error in my formula there.
So equals that times.
Yeah, I come up with 64.
64.
Yeah, that's what I come up with also. Apparently there's an error in my formula there.
Okay,
So it's 64 what?
64.
$64,064.
4064.
It's a 2.4% increase over what she's making now.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
One
then
down.
Bill's setting at 27 years.
okay, but we don't have a thing for him, right?
Yes, I went,
Yeah,
and I called it
Oh, which one
maintenance
is it?
foreman.
A maintenance.
Oh, it is the foreman? Okay,
Yeah, the maintenance foreman is what I did. I took that one out. I was using different names on it.
okay, so what was his
Yeah.
tenure again? 27?
Uh-huh.
So that's
27 years.
$27.84. That's less than what he's making now.
And
Well,
that's
that
what I
won't-
was saying, that they're not following the
Yeah.
guidelines in here. You'll see the same with Randy. So that's why I threw the 8% increase in there to get that
Instead of 4.
instead of the 4 or whatever.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3.
Well, 21 to 30 years in your calcs is 2877.
What I'm looking here is,
That'd be the bottom line.
right, that'd be 30 years, 2877.
And we're only paying 2872 now. And we're talking about bumping to 2987. Which is just-
So if,
That's just a little over 3%.
Mhm.
wait a minute, are we moving him to the 62,539, which is the salary for 27 years?
Well, I think
No,
if you take his current rate plus your hourly increase that you're suggesting there, which is a 4% increase.
Right,
So let's just do the math on that real quick. So 29,
2987 is 62,127. It's gonna move him to
62, 129.
127. But if we move him to $30.07, that gets him to the 62,539, which is what you've got in the salary portion for 27 years.
I got a question.
Yeah.
If I go to the employee handbook that's online, which I know we're getting ready to outdate, we have a maintenance manager in there on the appendix C, and we had done out dollars for all the years, from 1 to 10 years, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 35, and so on. So I thought we had a leaping off point for the maintenance manager.
So what was the 21 to 30 range?
The 21 to 30, if we went with 27 years, let me back it up. 30, 29, 28, 20, it says it's 2784.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
that's
he's-
less
but he's
than he's
making more than
making
that now.
Yeah.
That's why I said we're not following this guideline that's in the book.
No. That was done. That was my very, very, very first year being treasurer. I did those scales, so they are so far outdated.
Right,
Um,
right. Oh, I don't disagree, but to say that they didn't exist,
Right,
I'm sorry. They exist, but they're way out of whack.
yes,
right.
Yes.
because I remember right, that was
Okay.
2017. Salary rate.
So if we move him to $30.07 an hour, it's a 4.7% increase. Brings him to 62,545.60. Which is pretty close to what we've got here. I can make it
You
06
And I-
said, you said
the-
4.7?
Yeah,
Oh,
then-
shoot, I gotta shut that off.
That gets it up closer to what I had in my sheet.
Yeah, closer to 8.
And I agree that that should be,
Oh, I can't hear a thing when that furnace is on. Sorry, guys.
Furnace.
Shut off, shut off.
And
I
so,
did shut it
whoa,
off. Just takes a little while. I am so sorry.
what were we thinking that the office manager's annual salary was going to be?
64,064, which
Yeah.
is a 2.4.
Gotcha. Okay, 2.4. Yeah, okay.
I have a question,
Mhm.
a general question about this whole discussion. So when you're talking about moving people from hourly to exempt, you're talking about increasing their rate, but is it fair to use 40 hours a week still if you're gonna expect them to answer the call? You know, I question if it shouldn't be based on at least some amount of casual overtime in their rate, if you're gonna call them outside of 40 hours.
No,
Yeah.
the way it's gonna work is if Bill is called in 5 hours over the 40-hour work week, he then would have the option of on a Friday, he would take 5 hours instead of being charged or charging the
All for comp-
facility.
all for
So you're gonna
comp time,
count them as
overtime.
overtime?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
it won't be called
No,
overtime.
I'm not gonna comp him as overtime because he's exempt.
Well,
He would
You're-
just be able to
He would have
work.
comp time.
He's got to, still has to work a 40-hour week. So if he's coming in 3 hours extra, then it has the
okay, I understand.
ability to take 3 hours off.
So you're not expecting
Dwayne?
to work more than 40 hours, right?
Correct. Yes. Mary?
Dwayne, I was an exempt employee most of my career. Basically, what it is you're being paid to do a job. You're not being paid to work so many hours a week,
Exactly.
Correct.
is the
Correct.
concept. So you work the hours the job requires you to work, but you understand if you have a doctor's appointment, you go to the doctor's appointment. You don't worry about the fact that you left for a couple of hours to go to a doctor's appointment, because it all washes out in the end. Because you've put those hours in, because you're not being paid to punch a time clock. You're being paid to do a job,
Correct.
Yep.
is the mental, yeah, that's the professionalism of it. You're being paid to do a job, not punch a time clock.
Okay.
So where did we end up with it for a
So-
salary for him? We don't need an hourly rate, really. We need a salary. He's exempt. We're getting bogged down with hourly rates, and it should just be, what do we want to pay him for a salary? And then he'll get a percentage increase every year. He won't follow a scale. Because
So
there's
right
no
now we're
hourly
staying,
scale for
right
him.
now we're
That's
staying with 4.7, need to come out to $62,525.60.
$525. Well, yeah, if I do see, this is back again to the hourly rate. Let's say we're gonna pay him $62,550. And then what will happen in years going forward, he'll get a percentage increase. We won't do anything with hours. He's exempt. So he doesn't need an hourly rate at all. He's gonna be a flat salary. And then we'll increase him 2%, 3%, 4%, whatever his performance supports.
Which would also be the same for the office manager.
For TJ,
Correct, yeah.
yes, we should do that as well. So I'm gonna move her I'm gonna just get rid of that whole hourly rate there because it doesn't apply anymore. And we're gonna move her to, let's give her a 64,1 or something like that, a nice even number to start from.
Well, the last number I have here was 64,360.
We can do 64,064.
Oh,
You
no,
know, that was
yeah.
generated from an hourly rate that that doesn't really
Well,
apply
maybe
anymore,
so.
but I will do that. 64,064, okay.
And you'll have to do the same thing
All
for the
right.
park manager also.
The park manager,
So-
yeah,
So let me go back to the TJ and Bill thing. Bill with 27 years is going to make 62, and as an exempt employee with 32 years, TJ is going to make 64. There's only $2,000 difference in 5 years. That doesn't, the math doesn't
It's
work in
two
my head.
completely different jobs also. I mean,
Well,
yeah, they're
I
different
understand that,
jobs
but
that have different salaries that are accommodating of them too.
Well, did we look at that? Did we look at it like that in the employee handbook before? I didn't think we did. Let me just take a look.
When I
The
first
employee
did that,
handbook
way, like I
also.
said, way back when I first came on the board, I looked at what jobs got paid in our area per hour. So I looked at office manager jobs. What is the average rate they're getting? If she was to leave us and go anywhere in Bradenton, what would she probably get for her years of experience? Or what the job would get? And I did the same thing for maintenance. What's a typical maintenance manager
Right, well-
foreman get?
Ma-
So
the maintenance manager. The maintenance manager in the book had $29.23 an hour, and the office manager had $30.19. for 30 years. So the office manager was at that time making slightly more than, or should have been making slightly more than the maintenance manager. So if that same theory held true, wouldn't it mean that that the office manager position should be paying pretty close to the same thing that the maintenance manager position is paying? And then when you start splitting it out by years of service, that there's a 5 years of service difference. It should be more than a $2,000 difference.
I'm getting what you're saying now.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I just feel the maintenance manager position is a lot harder position to fill than an office manager position.
That's
That's just
not
my,
our office manager.
I agree
Yeah, it's-
TJ
it's very-
is
it's
valuable employee, no doubt. And I'm not trying to say she's not. I'm just saying, I think
I-
if we had to fill an office manager position, it would be a lot easier to fill than it would be to fill a maintenance
We'd have
manager.
a bigger
position.
pool.
There-
Yeah, I
the-
get
the
what you're
de-
saying.
the specific details of what goes on in the office, I'm not sure that that's a completely accurate assumption. You know, I could argue that it's easier to find somebody who can do bids on a job than it is someone who understands public records. You know, anybody can do a bidding on a job. It takes specific knowledge for public records. So there's arguments both sides, and I still stand by they're-
Both sides have
they're
their,
equally
Yeah.
right.
Technically disagree with that.
that's what I say, both sides have their, unique qualities that are required for those positions.
Well, I
Right.
don't know how we got off onto which job is harder to fill. I thought we were trying to get to a dollar amount for the annual salary.
Well,
I don't care if you have to replace either position.
Yeah.
To me, here's what we're going to pay for a salary.
we got onto it because we weren't convinced they were aligned correctly.
Yeah, well, it's two different positions.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Well, why didn't we care back in 17 then?
Back in 17 is when we were trying to set everything up by an hourly rate.
Yeah,
And at the time then, all we had was hourly. We didn't have an exempt and we didn't have a maintenance manager.
Lori,
Yeah,
if I take 30 years of an office manager, the 62,799.36, and 30 years of the foreman, 64,629.93, it's 2.9%. Right now, the difference we have is 2.4. If we said, okay, then one's 2.9% more, we're only talking about $200 a year. It's not as far off as you think.
yeah, that's true.
All right, so I don't think we're as far off as it looks. I think we're right on.
Okay, so let me follow up. We're going with the office manager at 2.9% increase.
2.7.
Versus the 2.4.
No. I think the 64,064 is the right place, and the difference between her and Bill of about $1,800 or whatever is,
2.4.
I'm comfortable with what the salaries are for the two positions, and their years of service difference. I don't have an issue with it.
Okay.
But that's
help me
me.
out again, what do we do now with Bill? Because we put him at 62.
He's at
540.
62,550.
Instead of
550,
4.7
550.
increase.
What did somebody have? 570? I have
He had
550. Which one is
4.7.
it?
4.7
It's
for Bill,
4.7, yeah.
2.4 for TJ.
I gotta pull my, all right, hold on.
I have another question. Did Bill
Hold it for
Sure,
just a minute till
sure.
I get the calculations
Sure.
from her.
Okay.
All right, that's what TJ is now. So TJ's a 2.4% increase from what she is now. And Bill. Oh, for goodness sakes. Does that sound right? 2872 times
27 years.
2080,
Mhm.
yep, no, it's gonna be equals. And his is gonna be a 5% increase, or maybe it's less than that, let's see. 4.7.
4.7. Do we actually have to have the number of years worked? Or can you just come up with the salary and give a percentage
No.
per year?
Once we've
Salary's
set
good.
this new salary on the exempt status, it won't matter how many years, there's no hourly rate. It's a what percentage increase, 3%, 4%, 5%. And it'll be based on their performance. It won't be based on years of service once you get into this category. It's just setting that initial first salary once they're exempt. And then
Well,
we're gonna have to think about what that's gonna be for if these people ever leave and we're filling the positions. What is gonna be a starting salary for this kind of position? And then usually what we did was we had a range. We had a person that was, 80% qualified to do the job at higher. Then once they became 100% with them, that was considered midpoint. And then as they continued to work, they could get up to the maximum. And once you get to that third pay level, you shouldn't be paying somebody more to do that job because it's just not good business.
Correct.
You either promote them into another job or their salary flattens out and they no longer get pay increases. I mean, that's the way it worked where I was employed.
That's basically what I had too. Louis, you had a question.
The question is, did Bill and TJ, did they receive overtime compensation last year? Does anybody know?
I don't believe TJ doesn't work overtime.
No.
She might take a comp time now and then. But I've never known her to take overtime.
And I don't
Yeah.
think Bill has either.
Okay,
Well,
that's my question. My concern
it-
was, yeah.
It wasn't Bill on getting the overtime. It was Mark coming in here and collecting up to 40 hours of comp time
Yeah.
in addition to his salary. I don't think Bill was part of that calculation then.
Okay. My concern was, we're saying what his salary was, but my question's, that's just his hourly rate. And we're talking 2,080 hours of it, but did he work more than that? And are we asking him to take a pay cut without the overtime time? That's my question.
I would hope, Louis, that the calls that Bill has been taking would now be fielded more by Randy or by Todd. We'd use Todd as the bottleneck, and then Todd would possibly call Randy in instead of Bill for overtime type stuff.
That's fine. You've answered the question. Yeah, I'm satisfied. I was changed from hourly to exempt in my career, and it was a completely different package than this is. I was expected to still work, and it took more than 40 hours a week, and they raised my salary, and I was still expected to answer the bell. But if he's not working a bunch of overtime, I think we're on solid ground.
This will give you an opportunity to work on employee handbook again.
And I still, voice it one last time, have concerns in the fact that, we're moving two individuals to an exempt position. We're gonna give one a 4.7 increase and we're gonna give the other one a 2.4 increase. And I still can't justify that in my pea brain. It
Why?
seems like one is getting a smack in the face for going to exempt.
Well, look at it this way, Lori. One gets to stay out in the heat all day and the other one stays in the AC. Which job do you want?
Not,
Neither.
Okay,
Well,
Well,
don't
it's
think
still
it's
two
that.
different
It's not that.
positions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care. if
That-
or
yeah.
it's
right, but that's two different
positions.
positions. That's,
Two different categories.
That's fine.
So I think the average salary for any office manager is going to be right up at 64, which is going to be higher than what she's actually making now, right?
mhm,
Mhm.
it'll be an increase.
Okay, we have any other discussion?
One more question, though. Do we will still need to add to the employee handbook, these charts that'll need to be updated?
Yeah, and I guess I want to go back. Do we actually have to have the years? Or are we just going to set a salary?
Well, you can't for all of them. You got, because just like Randy's position's an hourly position, then you would need this chart. So we
Yeah,
have something
but
set up.
does it have to be a beginning salary of 1 to 5 years? Can we just set the salary and then 5 to 10 years, 10 to 20? Do I actually have to have those years, or can I just say a tech 1 is 32,000 a year, a tech 4 is 50,000 a year,
Starting out.
starting out?
Mhm.
You just do a range.
I don't-
Just do
Yeah,
it.
I don't have a
Do the
problem with that. I'm
range
just,
and get rid of the years. To me, that years is messing everything up,
Mhm.
but.
Yeah, if you have a range, because I came from the
Right.
state and we had a range. And so it looked like you're
Yeah.
gonna make a whole lot more money, but like Mary was saying, you have a range from this to this, but everyone starts off with that base. I'm sure it was the same thing with the federal government. You start out this, and then as you build
Mhm.
experience, you have to have enough experience to get to maybe a mid-level. And every year you had a cost of living increase. And that's how you elevate your pay. That's how state does it.
For your performance plus the cost of living.
Yeah, I got no cost of living. It was all
Yeah.
performance.
And
but-
it's,
Right.
yeah, state was performance and then plus we had low cost of living increase, but it was minimal. But it's just that, based upon your performance evaluation, this is the state, so it's a little bit more fuddled, but the state, depending upon how you rated, then you received an increase.
I have a question. So you have these charts, so you hire a new employee. So somebody leaves, we hire a new employee. It could either be somebody right out of high school, or it could be someone who's been working as a maintenance person
Mhm.
for 15 years. Are they
Right.
gonna start at the same rate?
No,
No,
you'd have a range and you would base it on their
On
their
experience.
ability to
experience.
perform the
Okay.
work.
Just like
Okay.
we're doing with the
Yeah.
manager.
It'd be
Okay.
the same with the manager, I see that we put in here for 87,8. We budgeted for 100,000, but I put the announcement out for 80
Mhm.
to 90,000 based on
Based on,
what
yeah.
we're doing here. So if we hire somebody there and we don't think they have that experience, I would kick them right down to the 80,000 and go and then let them work their way
It's a range.
up.
Okay.
Okay, now I've got myself confused. What am I doing?
so I think we're ready to move on to what are we gonna do for an adjustment to Randy?
Yep.
So see the maintenance group leader job title that you used, Todd?
Yes, that is correct. And he's nowhere near
No.
on this, what this schedule is, which I agree,
Nope.
he couldn't be. He should be paid more than he is on this schedule for sure.
So, I mean, he's getting a promotion, so, yeah, this pay scale looks low for that.
Yeah, this is what was out of the handbook, and that's why I said I
Okay.
didn't like that one at all, because it didn't look right. I mean, I'm sorry, you're not gonna hire somebody to do that job for $17 an hour in their first
No.
year.
Not at all.
If it is, you're gonna be a guy you want to keep, so.
So I had on this spreadsheet, I had him getting a 4% increase, but
And I feel it should have every bit of that, if not more.
that's where I'm at.
What would that take him to for an hourly rate?
A 4% increase?
Yeah.
$21.56.
See, that is just barely in line with the figures that we had from 2017.
What was 2017? $18.40? Laurie?
I'm going back to look at it. I'm going back.
That's,
You got to give me a second to switch. It was, you're right, back then it was $18.40.
Yeah, that,
And we're shooting now for
Things have definitely
2156,
changed.
a 4% increase. Which I don't have a problem with, except Darren at Tech 3. Again, it's just been here
That's
longer and
years of service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even have a problem taking Randy up another percent, to be honest with you.
I think it's 5%.
Yeah, but what's that doing to my overall budget?
Well, that's, yeah,
but once we get all this done, we'll see. But, should Randy make more than his direct reports make? I mean, shouldn't he?
yes, he should.
Yep.
I
that's
know,
what
because he's
was-
got all the responsibility of supervising these people.
Right.
I know there's a lot of years of service there and it should be compensated for that. I agree, but as a person who oversees this individual and is their supervisor,
So what does 5% do?
it gets him only to $21.77. I mean, I think he needs to be up in the $23 range.
Well, then go put the 8% in that I put in on my sheet, because that's what it took for me to get it where I felt it was comfortable, and see what that does.
8 gives it, no, he's still under.
Because now you're getting to where
Uh,
and it's gonna mess with the budget.
10% increase gets him to 22.80, which is only 6 cents more than, his highest paid direct report.
And what percent was that?
But it's a place to start him out with, because he's just going to be taking over. He's going to be new, doing supervisory.
I'll leave it there for a minute and let's see what it does to the budget.
Yeah, all right.
Sure.
All
So
right.
even at
So we're
2156.
doing 2280, and what's that percentage, Mary?
We're going up, that's 10%.
10% increase.
10%.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So was that
Okay.
For all it's worth, we still got money.
280?
All right. But we haven't looked at anybody else yet.
So, well, if it's a 10%, what's that bring him up to the annual?
It gets him 47,430.
Okay.
So I'm gonna highlight that as we may still want to revisit that one. So let's go back to, we're gonna do some part-time people now. Oops, have I,
So you've
Oh,
got pretty much, you've got 3% across the board for all the part-time people.
yes, and I need to put the new hire in there. What did you start the new hire at, Todd?
The same as our last one.
Okay, that's what I have in
I
here.
believe that's 1435. I believe that's what, am I
Yeah.
correct, Bill? Okay.
Yep, that's what I've got in here.
So my question, if, because of the minimum wage laws in Florida, where
Mhm.
2026, we have to be at 15. Does that, when you go to the 3%, does that get us to that point?
It doesn't for the tech one. Well, by then, by 26, you're saying,
Yeah,
So
it's,
this-
it goes up $1 a year
A
until,
dollar a year, yep.
but by 26, it needs to be up to 15.
correct. I think we need to work backwards from there if we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
So I mean, my
So that's
opinion, I would just make sure we
23,
do that we cover all those
4.
bases. And then basically our other wage schedule was each of the techs were basically $1 an hour more. You know,
Hmm.
tech
really
one
think
was,
you
you know,
gotta,
would be 15, the tech two would be 16. Tech three would be, 17 and tech four, 18. But that, I mean, we already kind of handled that part of it, the 3 and 4.
Holy moly,
Mhm.
you've got a lot of work to do to get that job up to $15 an hour.
Yes, that's what I was saying. That's why, I mean, that's why if
But-
you look at, on my schedule, that's kind of what I did in there.
Now, that's even if they're part-time, they have to be paid $15 an hour?
I did not research it to that depth. I just,
No, I think it's only full-time.
so we have to research that and find out for sure.
But even if we're setting at 1435, I see the vacant there, tech two, we have 2 tech twos. And they're 2 different salaries. Why don't we just start them off with the same salary? We're back to that number of years again.
Mhm.
No, I'm sorry, there's a difference in the hourly hour
Mhm. Yeah,
per week that they work.
All right.
30 minutes.
And, again, the years of service is in there also.
So you're saying across the board a 3% increase?
That's what they're getting now.
You're getting.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, there was a squeak. Was that yes or no?
Yes,
Okay. I know you guys are sick of hearing me.
no,
nope.
How can we justify a 3% for everybody else and a 2.4 for the office manager? Broken record, sorry.
Well, let's go back to the 3% then. Well, I don't know. No. How do you give a 10%
Yeah.
raise and still have 2.4?
Mhm.
Because that's a promotion. The increase in salary is involved in a promotion. I can justify that one.
Well,
we've
it's.
got two
Randy-
things
Randy-
going on, Lori, though.
Right.
Right,
We've got promotions, we've got people that need salary adjustments because the law is requiring us to pay a certain amount an hour.
And what benefits do the part-time people get?
They don't.
None.
You don't.
So,
You know, and I think thank you, Russell. I think that's what we're missing here. You know, when we're setting these salaries, I think we need to remember that our employees get 100% of their medical
And
premium
that-
paid for by the park and 75% of their family's medical premium paid for by the park. That's worth something.
And that is
That's
big.
worth
I've
a
never,
lot. You will not get that anywhere.
yeah, I've never worked for a company that paid that.
No, so I mean, I think that's one thing that we've got to remember when we're setting these salaries. There's more to it than that.
Mhm.
They're getting a fantastic benefit package, which is probably the reason why they've all stayed, because a lot of these salaries you could get down the street. But they stay because of the medical benefits. Plus they love us, but I know. Right, Russell? They like work. They like. working.
Yes, they're happy.
So I guess if the Tech One position is the one that's our challenge, because we've got to get that to $15 an hour in a couple of years, then what percentage, let's look at it this way. What percentage of a difference should there be between a Tech One and a Tech Two?
Well, again, that's only a part-time job.
Right.
That's not
I
a
know.
full-time. So if I don't have to do it
If you don't have to do it, then that's different, but
to get.
I don't know how it works in Florida. We had a minimum wage requirement in Maine, and I only worked part-time, but I got a pretty good pay increase every year because they had no choice, because the wage said they had to give it to me. So I'm gonna guess it doesn't matter if you're full or part.
Yeah, I didn't think it
I
did
hate
either.
to say that, but I don't
know
think
for
it's
sure,
gonna
so I'll
matter.
say.
What is the minimum?
So if we say,
I think it is, what is minimum?
I know this is getting complicated, but it's important stuff.
Well, I think our minimum wage for Florida is something like $8.
Yeah, it's pitiful.
Yeah.
It's 10,
At the moment.
10,
yeah,
Tech-
10.
yeah.
I have mine.
So
This
if
is-
we say that a Tech One, it has to be to $15. Would we say a Tech Two should make 20 or 25% more than a Tech One should make? 20% more would mean they should be at $18.
But you're basing that on
I-
the minimum wage?
I'm basing it on, we have to get the Tech One to $15 an hour in 2 years.
If you look at my sheet, I had $1 an hour, basically each level.
So you would put them at 16, okay. So that would be at 5%, maybe? It's a little over 5% more to be a Tech Two than Tech One. When you think about the responsibilities of a Tech Two versus a Tech One, is it only a 6% increase in responsibility?
I'm okay with that. That's the way, I mean, that's the way I looked at it, put it that way.
Okay,
Yeah, I am too, because you're going from janitorial to
Is
Maintenance.
Mhm.
maintenance.
so if that's the case, I mean, do I have names on here? Yes, I do. So that means that Dale isn't gonna get any more pay increases after this year. Because he's gonna be making,
the new
right now,
minimum.
he's making, if in 2 years, when I move that Tech One to $15 an hour, then he's only allowed to have $1 more, that's 16, he's already making, I've got him going to 16.35 at a 3% increase. That means he's done. That doesn't seem right.
You still have years of service that factor into this also. The hourly people basically have the chart.
All right, now you've lost me then.
So I would,
Can't I be a Tech One and make more than the beginning salary of a Tech Two? If I've been here and I've gotten my 3% increases every year because I'm doing a good job?
Correct.
Yes.
If you had 25 or 30 years of service, yes, you're gonna be more. That's a position we're in right now between Randy and Darren.
Mhm.
Right.
So that's why I say the hourly people, that's why the charts, if you look at the maintenance tech 3 and maintenance tech 2 charts, basically there's $1 per level difference in those. And then I threw an increase in there of 8% on my sheet to get them up. So where tech 1 was at $15 an hour by the 2026. And the 8% was just basically from our current, what's in our current handbook. That was just my starting point.
So where's my tech one?
So Manus Tech 1 currently is $11 an hour for the first year. That's the starting point in there. But if he stays at Tech 1 through 30 years of service, he's up to $19 an hour, $19.92.
Mhm.
So there, I mean, the raise is built in here into this sheet.
Years of service.
And so I just updated it. If you go down and you go all the way to 2026, you'll see it ended up percentages. I had to go 9% on that one to get it up over 15 as a starting point.
So the tech one starts off at $11 an hour.
That's in our current handbook,
Year two, she goes to 11.28.
right?
3 is 11.56.
Correct. Yep, and so forth. So I proposed for next year to stay in compliance and go up. You know, the next year his starting point would be 11.88.
Mhm.
The year after it'd be 12.83.
For 1 to 5 year service.
For 1 year of service, his
1
first
year,
year of
it-
service,
yep,
his
yep.
5th year would be 14.16. So there's already, the raise is already built into this chart.
Right.
So by 2026 is the very bottom chart that we need to be at, where they'd start at 15.10.
Be at 17.
And then
That-
year
that
2 is
way-
15.
Right.
Mhm.
And that's the way all these charts are set up for Tech 2, Tech 3.
Okay.
Basically, the starting point's $1 an hour more for each tech level.
So right now, with his time of experience and everything, then we're pretty right on with maintenance tech 2.
I don't know.
How many years has Dale been with us?
I don't know how many years he's got.
6.
6?
Yeah.
Years.
At 1635.
He's a Tech 3. So
It's Darren.
Dale's a 3?
No, I thought he's a 2.
I
He's
thought
a
he said,
2.
okay,
No.
I'm sorry. I thought he
No,
said
it's a
Darren.
1. So
Oh,
Dale,
okay.
2,
Dale's a Tech 2.
making 1587.
Well, that's what I was saying. That we're not following these charts because they're not with the charts that are in the book.
No.
First, the charts that were set up at the very beginning
A
are
long
lower
time
than-
ago.
Yeah,
Mhm.
long time ago. So they're at a lower percentage rate, especially for an increase to get them to the 2026 rate. Hourly rate. So where did you get your beginning hourly cost? For these
Out of the
charts?
handbook.
Out of the
So
handbook.
Yep,
So
out of
that
the- out of the-
$11.
Out of our employee handbook. That's what this top chart up here is. That's all right out of the handbook.
So we are starting off from the beginning.
Does this have to be done today? Can this be one of those things?
Well,
that-
we got to get ready for the October 1st budget.
Mhm.
And that's when it's
These
got to
go into
go.
effect October 1st, so we need to workshop them today so we can approve them on the 19th, so they can go into effect on October 1st for payroll purposes.
Let me take a quick break.
Sure. Would
So
everybody,
if,
I'm ready for a break.
Just roll.
would everybody mind taking a break?
That's fine.
Not at all. How long?
Let's do a 10-minute break. So we'd be back here at 11:30. Everybody please shut
All right.
your phones off. We'll recess.
Mary, have they called the meeting back to order yet?
No, Lori, they haven't.
Okay, my phone lost service.
Oh,
I had to call back on Tim's phone. Tim's phone has service and mine doesn't.
so I will,
Welcome to
I'll
North-
unmute and let you know when they're coming back, okay?
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Oh, I don't know. 7, 8, 8 years, I think.
Hey, Dwayne, your mic's on, just in case you were wondering.
2016. Yeah, 2016.
Lori, everybody's back or almost back.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, echo.
But we haven't been able to give it to Randy yet, right? Randy.
Oh, there we go.
So-
Yeah, I got disconnected on Tim's phone, so I called back on mine. But apparently Tim's phone, even though it showed disconnected, was still connected, but I couldn't hang up. So I just powered him off. Yeah, that was definitely me.
Well, this is the. Ooh, I'm back on.
Gotta go get back in. Yep.
Okay, got everybody back. I'd like to call to order from the recess at 11:32. Okay, can we get back on here with the Tech 4 position? What did we end up doing with Randy's position? I don't think we came up with a determination.
So it's Tech 4, the maintenance group leader.
Yeah, we did with him. We gave him that 47.43 at 10%,
Right.
which made him 22.
47,430. Yeah.
2280 was the hourly rate.
Yes, that's what I have.
So it was a 10%.
What is 2280?
Mhm. And that brought him up to where Todd has him, right? Close to it.
Yeah, it was close to, it wasn't exact,
Mhm.
but it's close to it.
Yep.
And again, mine were just.
Mary, what does salary come up then at 2280?
47,430.
Okay. And then Darren. are we
Darren at a
staying with-
3% increase will be at 47,304.
And he stays at the 3%.
That's what he is right now, yeah.
And then the tech 2 position for Dale.
For Dale, I had it 1635, a 3% increase moves him to 21,250. Excuse me, I am so sorry, 21,250. At 25 hours.
3%.
Is the
Yes.
25 hours still what he works?
Mhm.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, till noon, yeah. I'm sorry, what's the annual?
21,250.
And we go back to the office assistant.
Joyce, we have a 3% increase right now at 1970, which moves her to 23,645. And I've got her as 30 hours a week. But she only works 40 weeks a year because she doesn't work every single week. There's weeks that she doesn't work. So if that needs to change, I need to know.
Mary, can I have you back up? Can you give me Dale's hourly rate again? After the
Dale
3%?
is, right now, he's at $16.35.
And Darren, that is hourly wage?
That Dale's hourly wage,
Oh, Darren,
wage
I'm
is
sorry, Darren.
$16.35.
Okay, and then Darren's hourly wage.
Darren is 22.74.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought I better include both in the minutes.
That's with the increase.
Right,
Right, with the 3%.
I
right.
just want to make sure that's what you're looking for.
And I don't think the hours for the office assistant is going to change any from the past history of what we've been doing. So I don't mind staying right with that the 3% increase to 1970.
We just have to make sure that I guess the maintenance tech one's the only one that's below. So
Mhm.
we'd have to make sure that that is going to coincide with the state laws for minimum wage, which I believe at this point it does.
Mhm.
I think the only way you're gonna get that to $15 by 2026 is if you give it a 7% increase every year.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying. We'll need to make sure we reflect that in our handbook if we're gonna keep this chart in the handbook.
And if we should, to next year have to fill that position, it would be at an amount closer to the $15 mark. Because then we wouldn't have to do the 7% increase to get it there. But that's just that's gonna be the case for a lot of these positions. I mean, the tech too. We're filling that now. If that person doesn't last and we're a couple of years from now, we're filling it, we're gonna have to start it out at $15 and something because we're gonna be required to by law.
Just
Right.
like we're filling a tech 2 vacant space.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. We just need to make sure that the charts that go in the handbook are gonna reflect
Mhm.
that. That, you know, we're going with state law and minimum wages.
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, then we'll go down to the to Sharon Bean on just the opening, closing, or do we need to do that?
I'm good with the 3% across the board.
3% across the board is pretty good from what I see.
Mhm.
That brings almost everybody up to the $15 an hour. Or should.
yeah, no problem there.
So if we leave it
Now-
like that, and then we adjust the charts that go into the handbook according to what state law, then we should be good to go.
Yep.
Above.
Now, the chart that I sent out reflects the new medical premium with the plan that United Healthcare is recommending that because they're discontinuing the plan that they have right now. And the next best plan, this is the premium for that plan. I am also in the process, I just don't know if I'm gonna have time, looking at Florida Blue for medical insurance. To see if we can get them as good a plan, if not better, for about the same price. But I don't think that's gonna happen, basically. The agent I'm working with is talking about me, wanting me to go with a Florida Blue plan and then get a supplemental plan to make up the difference, to bring it up to the coverages that they have now. And it could save us a little bit of money, but it's going to mean every time they go to the doctors, they have to give them a primary and a supplemental insurance card. And I don't know. Right now, this is the United Healthcare plan with the premium, the best plan they've got compared to what they had. So with that medical premium in there, what did you want to move the park manager to, Dwayne? You want to move it to 90 even for salary to start out with?
No, I want to keep it to 80.
80?
Yep.
All right.
That's what I put the job announcement for, was 8290, depending on the education or even the
Okay.
experience.
Okay, so at a starting salary of 80,000, we're going to come in with all of these salary changes and medical changes. We're going to come in 15,000 under the budget that's right now, assuming that we fund 50% of the park managers. So maybe we wouldn't need to fund 50% of it from the fire department money. We could fund 40% of it or something.
I have
Or
a
if you,
question.
go ahead.
I have a question. This is Sunday bingo. That's on the bottom of this.
So that's.
Yeah, I have it. This is the people that we pay for setup and takedown. I thought that came out of the continuing rec budget, not out of salary. And my second question is, if we're doing this on the salary, then why aren't we doing for every Saturday and Sunday district activity? Why is it just Sunday bingo? Because the seasonal rec budget that was, that's going to be passed, $1,800 and 1840 was set aside for setup and takedown for every Saturday night dance and showtime that happened on the weekend. So I'm curious as why this is on here. Why isn't all district activities covered under salary?
I'll throw another wrinkle in. Our new guy that we hired, we discussed with him whether he'd be willing to go to a weekend position. And he seemed to be all right with that. I haven't brought any of this up to the board, obviously. And so I was going to, once we get him trained and he understands what to do. This would help tremendously with setup, plus give us weekend coverage
Yeah.
in the park. So I think that's a really good thing, and it'll save a lot of this and save a lot on our setups. It'll probably almost justify the position by itself.
Very much so.
I was gonna wait until we get him trained good before we brought this up,
That's
but
okay.
we'll bring it up today.
Uh-huh. Todd, were you thinking about this being a full-time position then with some
Well,
weekend
that's-
coverage or still part-time?
That's what we need to discuss, and we would have to talk to the individual and see if he's even willing to be full-time, but at this
Okay.
point, I wasn't thinking
No.
full-time. Leave it at the current hours.
30 hours? Okay.
And, but get weekend coverage so we can
Mhm.
cover for these setups
Yes, we
and things.
Mhm.
So, and it'll most likely justify, what little numbers I did, it'll justify for all these setups, paying for the job by itself.
Sure.
And he's gonna be part-time.
Correct. And
So-
well, that's what we can discuss. Do we want to really turn that into a full-time position? And work a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday or something, or we can be flexible with that too.
Mhm.
But most of our setups are gonna be Friday and Saturday, and then
Right.
the Sunday bingo, so that would,
So
really help with that a lot.
Well, let me get back to the procedure part. If we're talking about bringing a person on a Saturday and Sunday, I think that would have to go to the next board meeting as a workshop item. I don't think I can throw it in here.
especially, yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was just-
Especially since my handbook is completely different. That would have to be changed to add a Saturday, Sunday position because it's not covered at all in there.
Mm-mm.
But
And-
if we, yeah, to me, that would have to be a whole different discussion, but I would still stay with the vacant position as it's written right now for the Tech 2 at 3%.
Correct.
To
Yes,
get-
I agree.
To get the compensation of the salary through before October 1st.
Yes.
I think we're okay. We've got what we need for rates to put in effect for payroll for 10-1. These numbers project out less than what's currently in the budget that we just talked about 2 agenda items ago. We can leave it alone and come back and talk about that position. We can talk about setup, takedown, and whether that needs to be in this budget.
Yep.
And revisit this because none of that's going to affect the payroll that's got to go into effect for 10-1. So we can come back and revisit this again.
Yeah,
If we're
'cause
going to do a job that's going to have some weekday and some weekend hours, most companies, when you work a weekend, you get a little bit more money an hour than when you work during the week.
Mhm.
We'd have to think about whether or not we want to do a weekend rate and a weekday rate. And
Correct.
So you're talking about even for the setups and tear downs, working on that rate?
yeah, well, that has been that rate for, wow, 4 years.
Years and years.
Yeah, so we probably should be thinking about that anyway. So is everybody okay with locking down what we've got now so we can get payroll where it needs to be next week? Next board meeting, I mean, for the 10-1 effective date?
Hmm.
And then we can talk about weekend coverage. We can talk about setup, takedown, where it should be budgeted
Yeah.
at the next workshop.
I don't think it really answered Kathy's question,
No,
but
it didn't.
I mean, it's okay. We can, I know that. But I know this has to be done, but when I saw this is why I tabled my setup takedown. This was the reason. Because when I saw this, I went, aha. Because it's a huge part of the budget for rec to pay for this. Somebody has to pay for it, and I get it. We have to. But I know that's for another day, but can we do the salary budget as it is, but address this next time?
Sure.
Can we do that?
Because this will still go through
Yeah.
the October 1st
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a sheet here that, for the continuing rec for setup and tear downs was $2,220. Seasonal rec was $1,275. So a total for both seasonal and continuing was $3,495. So, that's probably what we should be looking at as a total overall, no matter what it is, bingo or dances or anything,
Right.
a total amount. So I had $3,495. And there's a lot of variations for that, especially on the price, what the tariffs and setups are. So the overall price is the main thing.
But if the new person is willing to work weekends and we
Mhm.
decide as a board to do that, that would go away.
Right.
A lot of
And
it.
so this is because those rates are only for weekend.
Mhm.
Monday through Friday, our maintenance staff does it.
Mhm.
This is only for Saturday and Sunday. That's how much money is spent.
Okay. So we're going to hold this, let the budget go through it as is now,
Mhm.
and then we'll
Mhm.
bring back the part-time as well as the Sunday bingo
Mhm.
setups at the next
We
meeting.
can- Yeah. we can-
I'll throw that on the workshop.
Everybody agreed?
Mhm.
Yes.
That's fine.
Clear as mud.
All right.
Okay, the next item there is the Florida Association of Special Districts, which is mine. With permission of the board, I would like to discuss that after we hold the, oh, you know what? I'm sorry, when we went back and asked if there was any additional items to be added to the workshop, I forgot to bring up that I want to conduct the last interview at 1:30. My bad. But with that, if I can add it, geez.
So you want to add the
Okay,
interview
yeah,
to this?
I want to add that interview at the last here, because I've
Good.
scheduled that at 1:30 for a Zoom thing, but depending on the outcome of the interview is where I want to go back to the Florida Association of Special Districts. So with the permission there, can we just jump right on into the review of the charter changes?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is the candidate in the audience?
No, he's
Was
in
he-
Hollywood, Florida.
So he's
He's
gonna be
gonna join
traveling
via Zoom.
He's gonna do the
via
interview
Zoom?
by Zoom.
Okay, did we give him an option of listening in on this meeting so he could see what goes on here?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
If you did, I don't know, because I don't see
Okay.
him on the board.
All right, thank you. So the charter changes, I've only got one here. We had talked previously about doing two. I've only moving forward one right now. And that is the reference to the statutes that talks about how we notify, form a budget, adopt a budget, notify. Because that's the thing that just bogged me down unbelievably with this 2022-2023 budget and the loan and everything. So the top part is the language as it exists today. And did you guys get the email that I distributed with the language in it?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, so basically it refers to statute 200.065 and 200.065 was designed for ad valorem taxes, not non-ad valorem taxes. And so that's the one that bogs us down. So that reference needs to go. Mark had suggested that we just put something very vague in there per Florida law. And I kind of started looking at this and thinking, well, that's I mean, that doesn't really give a person who's sitting in this seat a lot of guidance as to which Florida law I need to follow or that person needs to follow. So I have recommended the language to be changed below with the yellow highlighted. I sent it to Mark. I asked him to give me feedback on it before today. Didn't get it. He's not in the office today. He won't be back until tomorrow. But this is where my head's going as far as what I want to put in there for our language on how we're gonna do the budget. So we can start at anytime after 9:30, we can start budgeting for the next fiscal year. We don't have to wait until January unless, but we've always waited because we don't know who's going to be sitting in the treasurer's job from one year to the next.
Correct.
But I'm just saying that, no matter when we start it, that we agree we're going to lock it down before June 1st and everybody leaves. Now, if we have to amend it after the fact, you can amend it up to, I think it's like 120 days after your fiscal year ends. I mean, so if you want to restate things that have happened that need to be taken into consideration. So this was my stab at what I thought the new language should say. So we have some structure. We assured that we're doing all of our communications when the majority of our property owners are there and they can participate in that conversation. But I don't have us doing several different mailings to get this out. If we do the majority of it while they're here, I'm hoping some newspaper articles, some Tribune articles and postings on the board and 732 and website are enough. What's everybody's thoughts?
I don't have a problem with the way that it's written now. I do like taking that 200.065 completely out, that where it moved us all the way till September 1st.
Oh, it's crazy. Yep.
To approve the budget. That was totally wrong, but I don't mind it being in there for June 1st. I think our old charter had in there May,
Mhm.
I think.
I think it was April 1st.
April 1st.
Yep.
So again, the majority of the residents will be here for the preliminary budgets. So I don't
There
have a
should be no
problem.
reason why we have to wait until June 1st. That's just kind of an outside in case something comes up. I mean, we still should be shooting for April or May when everybody's there. April should be really our shot. But if something comes up and we can't do it, it does give us an end date though, so it's not dragging on till September.
Well, do we want to say on or before April 1st through June?
Stated.
I think it's covered right here, on or before June 1st.
On
Yeah.
or before June
Okay.
1st.
Okay.
And when do the auditors come in, Mary?
The auditors come in and start looking at the books 2 to 3 months after our fiscal year ends, because there's always expenses that are paid after the fiscal year that are really generated during the fiscal year. So we have to know those have happened and account for them. So they'll want to wait at least the month of October. They might start in November, start pulling information and start getting their worksheets ready to go.
Now with that, I think everybody's pretty much in agreement with it, Mary.
Mhm.
And I think I think hopefully it will be simple enough that we'll get it passed, because this is going to be the referendum question to change
Okay.
this language.
So you'll bring
So
that.
we have
forward
to have our referendum question adopted, translated in Spanish, and to the supervisor of elections in October.
Yep.
So we'll have to talk about this a lot more and get the word out, but I think just having them, understand why we're changing it.
Okay.
All
I'm
right,
gonna bring it forward as a motion at the next meeting.
yes, so what what we'll need to do is write the actual referendum question. Bring that back to the next workshop with the actual question. And try to get that into, boy,
November.
No, it needs to come back as a motion at the next meeting with
So that
with the
we can- yeah,
referendum
you're right.
question. We can beat up the motion and do it as amended and adopt it, because we have to adopt it September 16th for us to be able to get it to the supervisor of
We
elections in October.
have one more board meeting, the first board meeting in October. We can have that one more meeting, but then it has to be locked down on that one, because let's see. I think we do have one more. Let me
Okay.
check the
Let's-
October
let's-
calendar.
I think we should set our goal to lock it down on the 16th. And
Yeah.
that gives us time to get the Spanish translation.
Yep, and the language should be fairly simple. It's just gonna say, should we change
Right.
section 7 to read as follows, yes or no?
Right.
Okay, so you'll bring that forward to the September
The
16th
19th.
meeting,
Yeah.
Board meeting.
14th,
16th.
16th.
It's the 19th, I think.
19th.
None of us are right.
Oh,
Missed it by
oops, sorry. Thank you, Rosemary.
Yep. All right,
Okay,
so I also sent around just a quick. This is what I need everybody's thoughts on. I was not going to present the exact same PowerPoint I did in July. Is that a mistake? Should I repeat all those slides with the pictures and? Because I can throw those back in very quickly.
You want to do that on?
What I'm
the
starting off,
No, this is the 14th.
go ahead.
this is the
14th.
14th special meeting
Special
that we're
meeting.
gonna have.
Okay,
Public hearing.
all right.
We might have more folks back in the park to see the presentation on the 14th that was not able to see it in July. My recommendation would be to keep all the slides in there and let them see the damage and stuff.
I'm afraid if you change it, then you're gonna get you're gonna impose a lot more questions is all.
If you
That is if they want.
change it and don't put the slides in,
Yeah, if you change the presentation from what you had before, 'cause I felt that went decent.
okay.
I
so
don't want
just
to, I don't want to
read the-
confuse people. They seem to be confused already.
Mhm.
They're very
When you go
confused.
read
That's
Facebook.
why
What are you saying? You're losing me here.
On our
No, no,
presentation,
There was a
Yeah.
presentation
That we
prior to
did.
this on how we were coming up with the total amounts for the seawall as well as your assessments. This packet here doesn't include that. So what she's asking is, should she include?
But you're
the
still gonna go,
prior
you're still gonna answer these questions.
And answer
Right.
these
Okay.
questions here.
I'm
So
good
it's
with
just,
that. Okay.
the prior presentation is going to be included just to make
Okay.
sure everything is
Mhm.
covered.
so I can go through the slide presentation where we showed the condition of the wall, the
Mhm.
comments that were made by the engineers that did their inspection about the condition.
Yep.
And then then I can go into, these are the questions that I have seen to date
Mhm.
and how I've answered them in case people out there have the exact same question.
Mhm.
But I think, I did go out on Facebook and looked at what people were asking for questions. And I tried to address them all here. And I'll keep a watch out. I think right now the prepayment is the one that's still kind of a moving target. And it's very frustrating for me, and I'm sure it's frustrating for everybody else as to what exactly that prepayment amount is going to be. The 1,014.20 that I was given by our financial advisors would have held up if we didn't do the assessment of $100.44 for the first year. And we have to charge everybody enough to make that first loan payment the first year, because there's not enough time logistically for me to offer a prepayment and get it in before our first payment's due. So we had to put something in the tax roll. So we decided everybody would pay for the first year. And then prepayments would be offered in year 2.
March.
So the 1,014.20 assumes no 1-year payment. So I'm trying to get him to lock down what the amount will be in year 2. And it right now is a little bit of a moving target. And that's very frustrating for me, but I will try my best to get it locked down
And the
before
same
I do
thing
the
hol-
presentation.
the same thing holds to that, the interest rate, the amount that was given on there for the interest rate and the fees and all the total. Since it's not locked in, that total is not correct as it stands.
Right now, I think the amount that it referred to the total amount that would be collected by the
Right.
district. That amount is not correct.
Okay.
All right. That was a 2.4 million. It's
Yeah.
gonna be over 2 million, but it's not gonna be 2.4 million.
Okay,
Because I have to, in order to net the amount that I need to make for a loan payment, I've got to up it 3% because we have to pay a fee. I have to up it another 3 to 4% because people pay early and get early payment discounts. So I've got to ask everybody to pay $100.44 so that when all is said and done, I have 97 or something like that I can use for the loan payment, because that's what I'm going to get in the end after all the discounts and the fees are removed.
okay.
And did I just confuse everybody?
No,
No,
No.
no.
Okay, all right. So it is going to be more than 2 million that we're going to collect over this 15-year term of the loan, but it won't be 2.4.
Right.
It'll be probably more like 2.2, but I'm going to get that number locked down.
Okay.
And I apologize for the confusion.
Okay. So we're gonna go now for the club checking accounts and the use of the
Yeah, okay.
X ID.
When we're applying for this loan with Regions Bank, we're opening up bank accounts with Regions Bank. That was one of the stipulations of them offering us the loan. I was notified by them that one of our social clubs has a checking account with them utilizing the district's federal tax ID number. That was very concerning to me. I know that was a practice many moons ago, but I didn't realize that there was the potential for some checking accounts still active out there that are using our federal tax ID number. Unfortunately, the only way to know that is to call every single bank and ask them if they can do a search on our tax ID number to see if there's any open active accounts. But the banks don't even want to tell you that. And so all I could get them to do was say, they say, I have to come in person. I have to show proof of who I am, why I have the authority to ask that question. And I did get, and I called a lot of banks. I did finally get them to say, yes, you need to pay us a visit, or no, you don't. So we could narrow down the banks that required us to go to them physically. My plan was to do this after I got back in Florida. It seemed it was critical enough, so timing, I didn't think it could afford to wait. So Dwayne graciously went to all the banks that I told him he had to go to. And he got information about all of the accounts. I talked to Mark about what does that mean to us as a district. And he suggested that we, to do this the right way, we send a letter to every single club that has the potential to raise money or have a need for an account. And just send a generic letter out saying, if you've got an account and you're using the district's tax ID number, you need to close it immediately. You don't have permission to use it. So what you've got here is the letter that Mark created and a list of every single club that TJ could find that we've got. And she broke it down into 2 lists, ones that she felt should get the letter and ones that she didn't think there was any need for the letter to be sent to. They don't generate any money that they would need an account for. And all of the letters were mailed out to the clubs that were on the letter to send out list. So people, if they haven't already gotten them, are probably gonna be getting them, and I'm not physically there, you guys are, so you're gonna probably get some questions from people. So I just wanted you to be aware that we were made aware of that this was going on, and this is what we've done to try to stop it.
Have you heard of any responses yet at all?
Yep.
Obviously,
what
I
wanna
haven't,
say-
but I
what
suspect you guys have.
What I want to say, Mary, is I haven't received any responses with the exception, and I'm just going to say one club. I don't even want to mention it, but their officers won't be back until October, so they can close that account. Can I give an exception all the way till October? Because in the letter it says 10 days.
Yeah. I don't think we have any choice, just that has to be their top priority and maybe show proof it's been done. So if we're gonna
Yeah,
give an
and
extension.
I will ask that,
Okay,
but their officers won't be back until October, and I know that's
Okay.
gonna.
I think we had
Yeah.
what was the total that we knew for sure, Dwayne? 6, 7,
6.
6?
I think it was 6.
Little over.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll get this taken care of and won't have that problem anymore. And that goes for the tax exempt as well. You don't get to purchase things tax exempt unless you're the board or a subcommittee of the board or
The standing committee.
standing committee. So that was a lot of work and an interesting thing to find out, but I think we've got it under control now.
Okay.
This is a healthy list of clubs and organizations.
I
that
was
we have here.
amazed. I mean, I knew we were
Right,
very
somewhere
active,
there.
but holy moly.
I'm glad I'm not in charge of any of them.
Are those all active clubs, I guess?
These
Are
are,
they all
these are all
active? Yeah.
active clubs, I believe.
Yeah. Really are.
Yeah, just
Really.
taking a quick peek, they look pretty active. I'm not sure Craft Day is still in existence. They might have morphed into something else. But yeah, the rest of them are all still active clubs.
Do you remember who was in charge of craft days, Lori?
That's the one
DJ would
that's not
have
in
pulled that to
existence.
send
So
the
no, I
letter,
wouldn't
so.
remember.
Yeah,
But it's all in the book. PJ's got a book with all the PP 39s in it.
yeah,
So it should be in there. I just don't recall it. But the rest of them I recall, and I could name who the primaries are on most of them.
Well, the one that caught my
Mary, who did the letter
curiosity,
go out to?
it went out to the treasurer and the president, I believe, if there was one that we had. Otherwise, if there's just a point of contact, then it went out to whoever the point of contact is.
Oh, okay, thank you.
the one club that caught my curiosity is who are the free thinkers of the
Oh,
SECUAR?
That's the AA group, Alcoholics Anonymous group.
Ah,
They're on the no letter.
yeah,
Right.
I just seen it, though. I hadn't
Yeah.
heard of them before.
Yeah, it's our AA group.
President.
Well, I know where I can go.
Yep,
Oh,
so
okay, are we done with that?
we're done with that. That was just more of
Okay.
an FYI in case anybody got a lot of questions.
Great, now let's move on to the movie license. Duffy?
Okay, the movie license. Everybody was sent all the research that I've done on the movie licensing. The movies that we have had this summer have ranged from 23 to 12 residents on a pretty standard basis. And we really have used this license this summer. I know it seemed like a lot of money, but the MPL license is the easiest license to use because you have a wide range of companies that you can choose from. Until I got into this, I had no idea what any of these things do. But just in case people don't know, under the Copyright Act, you cannot show a movie to the public, no matter how you acquire the movie. This is a physical DVD or a Blu-ray, a streamed or any other way. You cannot. And if you're caught, the fine can be in the thousands of dollars. So this is why we have to have the protection of a license. So the MPL license, you can show as many movies as you want to. So it's no limit. And it's based on how many properties we have in our community. That's how the fee is set up. And so when I called them to see, can you do any kind of a deal for us? You know, the answer was no. This is how it's set up. And considering what we're getting, we got our money's worth out of it this year. Only thing that's difficult about MPL is that you cannot advertise publicly on the bulletin board or social media because you can't say the title of the movie. But we found ways of doing it that are pretty clever. There's two other movie licensing companies that exist, Swank and Criterion. When I call both of them, they license per movie. They call it per event. And these companies do a lot of the outdoor events, outdoor movies. You see them in parks and different places. So Swank goes from $275, $295 per movie to license. And you have a limited amount of movies to choose from. And Criterion is far cheaper. It's $150 per movie. But they only deal with 20th Century Fox for their production company. That's all you can choose from. But it's much cheaper. I've heard from a lot of individuals who've been going to the movies. I've been at each one. It's a loyal fan base. And I really thought about this. I started off, I thought, oh, this is just nah. But I have to be honest with you, we have a very loyal fan base for these movies. It's not the popcorn or the ice cream that I've been giving. It's the fact that it gives them something to do. And considering that we only had about 24, 25 residents that came to the last summer dance, you cannot say it's about attendance. Because summer activities are very different from season. And you can't compare the two. I've done them both. And there's no reason why, if we decide as a board to renew the license, why we can't show a movie or two during season. It's just never been done. Like everything else here, you don't know until you try. Yes, it's a lot of money. It's $2,215. I realize that. But the one thing that we've never done is accept donations. We can't charge. Can't charge. There's nothing in it that says that we cannot take donations. I've read the license backward and forward.
And that would go into our general fund.
It could go into anywhere you want to do it.
Can,
What makes this, I'm sorry, what?
can it work like the dances?
The
Can we
dances
allow
charge?
non-residents to attend?
No, this is only for our residents. The MPO license is very clear. You cannot charge and it's for residents only. They make that stipulation very clear.
No guess.
No guests. But for Showtime, we accept donations. We don't charge.
Right.
And I've had people come say, are you taking donations? And I've said no. It never was talked about at a board meeting. So I always said no. The difficult part about doing the movies is getting the movies. If I have to buy one, I paid out of my own pocket, and I'll be honest with you, I have. Because we can't stream. The Wi-Fi is so weak in the large hall. I brought my own laptop in there one day. I could only, and I use my phone as a personal hotspot, but it would keep buffering. So I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah.
But if we decide to do this again, it would be lovely
We can fix that.
to boost the signal. But if you ever go on Amazon Prime, which is what I use all the time, you have to rent it. There's very few free movies. So if we could find a way to have a fund or use the donations, I don't know what we would do if we were going to do this to defray the cost. And we could show a movie during season. I know this coming season, we're all locked in on everything, but there may be a wiggle room to have a movie to see how it goes. I can't vouch for people coming or not. There's no way. This was a fluke because we had it, so I used it. I don't know. I really don't know. But this license that we have now is the best bang for our money. I thought it was, if I compared it, if we went to Crave Swank, we would spend more money than we have because I'm on the highest amount of movies. And we're showing 11 movies this summer.
Come on.
So
So you're
What do you
thinking
know?
about doing it once a week or, I mean,
I have no idea. I mean, I just did it on the spur of the moment this summer. You know, we had them twice or three times. You know, we had a lot of old movies, but that's all I could get my hands on. I don't know. I'll let this be. The license expires and we were going to cancel it. It was going to be the last month for movies because I wanted to allow plenty of time if we're going to cancel it to make sure they know we're canceling. Because what happened last time is that we didn't do it and then we got stuck with it. So I don't want that to happen again if
When
we're
does it
not going to
expire?
renew it.
12/31.
Expires on 12/31. I was going to allow enough time because they're real funny about notification.
Mhm.
So
Kathy, can you fit this into your budget comfortably?
Nope.
well, I have $7,000 that is not allocated. Which means I set aside all my money for all the band contracts and Showtime contracts, setup, takedown and everything else. So there's 7,000 roughly left. I had,
Like a
Oh, I think they're
mechanical
back.
twinning. Oh,
Sorry, guys, we lost you for a bit. Are you back? I can't hear him again. Oh, you're muted. The
They have
board
to
meeting's
unmute.
muted. Yeah, there we go. Nope, I'm not hearing him.
I don't either.
Oh, I hear someone who just coughed.
I heard someone cough.
Okay, you guys all back?
Are we, can you hear us, Mary?
Yes,
Lori?
now I can
Out.
hear you. I have no idea
Yes.
what the last few minutes of conversation was, but you're back.
Okay. This is gonna come out of our 22-23 budget, correct?
yes,
Correct.
If, I don't know how much money you had left over from the 7,000 that was unallocated. Did you spend that entire amount that you were allotted?
I have $7,000 remaining. But that's for decorations, prizes and everything else. So I have that much money to play with. I'll put it that way. I guess the issue is, again, I was really ambivalent about even bringing this up to the board. But as a summertime act, even for a seasonal activity, let's say that you show Top Gun Maverick, which is streaming right now, by the way, in November. You could try and see if seasonal people will attend. I know we do a lot and we do. But, and if we can take donations to defray the cost of how we want to do it. I'm not sure what Magic Mary can do with that. I think it's worth a shot, but that's just my opinion because I've gone to every one of them.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, do you have the money in your budget to cover the 2215? Or is this something that Mary's going to have to come out of the October budget to place into your budget?
It would have to be for the next fiscal, for the October budget. Yeah. Yeah.
But
I
you're
mean,
gonna,
I
you're
have-
gonna
I
get
have the money.
another allocation for the
Right.
recurring. Is there enough money in there to cover the 2215, or does Mary have to actually give you an additional 2215 to cover it?
I've got it. 'Cause that's why I mentioned that, beginning in October 1st, I would have
Okay,
enough
so
money.
if it's in your budget, I don't have a problem with it, because I like to see the summertime and the residents having additional activities. But I was a little reluctant.
Wait.
that we're Gonna have to give another
No,
2215.
no, I wouldn't, no.
Yes,
We just went over the budget and we didn't spend our entire salary allotment that we put in the budget that we're gonna be approving on the 14th. When we go back and revisit setup, if we decide to move setup and takedown out of Kathy's budget and into the salary budget where I think we'll be able to absorb it, that money is freed up for her to use for this license as well.
Yeah, because there was it was $1,840 that was, I set aside for setup takedown. That was based on the figures that I was given last year when I did my budget. So if that can come out, then we could do it. Very easy.
Run a 50-50 at movie night, Kathy.
We can't because this is not, we can't do that.
Oh, we can't? Oh, okay.
No, no.
All right.
but donations
But-
you can.
But donations, I
Right.
checked it and I don't see anything, we can't charge, we can't force it. But even if we use the donations in some way to defray the cost of purchasing the movies, if that can be done, I have no idea. Because if we can stream, it would make life so much easier.
I think we can get that part of it fixed.
I mean, it's been a struggle. But
The Spectrum contract is up for renewal. I will demand that when we renew that contract, they get us an internet hookup in the large hall that will give us what we need.
okay,
So you can stream. That should be an easy thing to negotiate. I can't imagine not being able to get something as simple as that.
Yeah,
okay.
I said, I believe we can fix that with just a wire, running a
Mhm.
wire.
Yeah, we
so.
might be able to fix it right now. Yeah.
Yep.
And is that going to be under continuing rec or seasonal rec for the movies?
Just rec.
It's rec.
Well, I mean, that's what I was
I
gonna say, was
see.
if you're gonna do it in the summer and the winter,
It's just rec.
it's just
It's
rec.
just rec.
And I think it'd be good to do
All
it
right.
another year. Do it another year.
Just see what happens.
See what it's like, see how many residents do it. If they really like it,
Mhm.
go for it.
Can there
Not-
be a movie committee or a movie
No.
club?
No, no,
Actually,
I'm
the-
not going there.
no, the residents have been great. I mean, they have offered movies, Julie's loaned me movies. I've gotten movies from everybody and it's been wonderful. I mean, they'll bring them in and say, oh, I've got this many movies and do this. So I've had a lot of help with this, especially for the folks that come regularly. This is the thing.
Okay.
So we're a go.
Yeah, from what I'm understanding from the rest of the board members,
I'm all right
is
with it.
you should go ahead and bring this for a vote
Okay, so
at
bring
the
it
next
bring it to
meeting.
the next meeting.
Mhm.
Does she have to bring it to a vote, Dwayne? Because it's within her budget and it's not over isn't the magic number $5,000?
Good point.
I mean, this is just her job. She's asked for some direction from the board, but this is her job. Let's let her do it.
It is under.
Yeah, it falls under there. I don't have a
point.
problem with that either. So go ahead and just do it.
So, yeah, no motion necessary.
Right.
You know, the board supports doing it another year.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay. Am I going back to your setups?
No, we're gonna
We're
wait.
gonna
'cause-
Postpone that one,
Yeah,
okay?
we'll wait because that may be a mute issue.
Let me go on then to the next one would be the creating a community planning
Yes.
committee.
Okay, this is mine and If you all would beg me a little bit more time on this, I would appreciate it. I can't say anything quickly. I've thought about this topic for a while, and this is going to be out there, so please be prepared for this. Since being on the board and spending a year in the seats watching the board, I've learned something about how this board functions. When there is a major issue to be tackled, whether it be changing the charter, adopting the fine and fee schedule, and then being on the board and witnessing Mary steer this whole seawall financing, I've learned that when there's a major topic to be done, 1 or 2 trustees take the lead. And that's how things get done. They put the item on the workshop agenda every time to put it in our faces that this needs to be done. So my proposal is in 2 steps. Number 1, create a trustee position for community planning. Now, the name doesn't have to be that. It's just something that I dreamed of. Why is this important? We are facing an issue with our community with having a lot of individuals here owning multiple places, using for rent. We have the VRBOs. Diane Lewis brought this up in candidates meeting. And this has been talked about on social media. We've all talked about it. Dwayne brought it up in one board meeting. But it's too big of a topic to be hashed around and not have someone steer it. And that's what we need. A trustee to steer these very challenging topics to get to the finish line. That's what Mary did. Before that, that was Russell and Gordon. So I've seen this over and over again. So and also, if this passes, the trustee that gets this assignment would have a steering committee or a trustee committee of residents. We want this place to continue. All I hear about is the Taylor Estates tradition. We can't safeguard our past if we don't look to the future. I mean, we want this place to go on. A lot of people keep their places for their children and grandchildren. But we become aware that we have some issues here we have to tackle.
What are they going to look for? If they're planning for the future, what are they looking for?
Well, the board can decide that, or that trustee that gets the assignment can do that. We can look at the residents who have multiple properties. And what do we do with that?
What does that have to do with it?
They would tackle the issue. They would do the research. They would talk to legal. They would talk to different parks. But
No,
if a trustee is assigned to look at these issues, or look at the 10 property, it would come to the board. It's not, we wouldn't be out of it. But one trustee would lead the charge to do this. And that's the issue, to look at long-term planning for our community.
and what's the park manager for them?
They can participate, but if
No,
this,
I
this.
don't agree with you at all.
Okay, let me just finish, if you don't mind. And I agree, and I know this was going to be a heated issue. But these are topics that, as a board, we bring up every now and then, are too big for us to tackle at one time. But if you have one trustee that brings it to a meeting every single time, and we talk about it, we problem solve and do it. Look at the long range goals and how do we do it? The park manager would definitely be involved, but that park manager is going to have a steep learning curve. They don't know our community. They don't know anything about us. And if we think they're going to walk in and be able to do all this, I think we're going to be really disappointed.
Let's let a manager decide if he needs assistance. And then we can come back and work with it. But your ideal and everything is great, but why not let a person who's coming in here that we're going to trust to work with our park, let him bring in his planning and his designs first. So we as trustees aren't creating another position and using volunteers. Because I think it's real, it's where you can't, everybody just can't call the lawyer and cost us money.
Oh, I
So-
understand that.
So
I
if we
do,
had a
yeah.
committee, we want to kind of control them. So let the manager, let's bring this to his attention when we get a manager for the park and see if that's not a good idea. The ideal is good, but I think
Mhm.
letting control, somebody needs to be in control, and it's not a trustee. Because then you're just creating another committee and problem for a trustee to keep them wrangled in and them not breaking laws, especially
Okay.
sunshine law. But there's too many laws for a committee or somebody like that they can step on the park's toes and get us in trouble. Good ideal, great ideal, but I think there's a higher pecking order to let this go to than us. Mhm.
Well,
Kathy?
just looking at the one that you said for the multiple owners, I've already brought that up.
Mhm.
And that's going to be a deed restriction change.
Okay.
And I've postponed that because of the seawall and everything else
Mhm.
we've got going. But to me, that is specifically why you have trustees, is to take on those challenges.
Mhm.
And it's up to the board chair to assign that to whoever she thinks is
Mhm.
capable of handling that.
I think the park manager
Yeah.
it should lessen the operational load of the board,
Mhm.
so the board can
Have these.
Mhm. I see.
have more chance to do
Mhm.
forward planning.
Right.
I mean, that's my dream,
Mhm.
you know,
And you'll stay on the board until that's.
Kathy?
moving right along. But
Kathy?
Sorry, go ahead.
Lori,
Laurie, go ahead.
Did you do any research? Because back in 2010, we had a future planning
Right.
committee and a future planning trustee.
Mhm.
And that was all part of the lawsuit stuff, as my foggy memory drags it back up. And we were, I believe, foggy memory, that the judge recommended that be closed down, that we stop the future planning committee and stop the future planning trustee. I think that's part of the judgment. You might want to look into that, because we had a future planning trustee and a future planning committee back in 2010, and by 2015 it was abolished, and I think that was why.
okay.
There's another avenue. Lori, I think it's under our job descriptions or the bylaws, to where a trustee can appoint a individual or a committee.
Mhm. Yes.
Help me with that.
Yeah.
There
I
is, yeah.
forgot the number. You might be able to work it that way, but again, you would have to watch the sunshine laws and the whole bit. You
Yeah,
have to oversee
the
that.
board has to appoint a committee, but they can have resident helpers.
Mhm.
Yeah. But I don't know if that would be called a committee or if it's just a, how do I appoint?
If it's called a committee, it has to have its meetings noticed on the website a
Yep.
week in advance with agendas and all of that. So it shouldn't be considered a committee.
Okay.
Unless we're really gonna stick our toes in and go deep with committee, because there's legal requirements.
You know, it's a trustee
It's
committee.
called a
Yeah.
trustee committee,
Yeah.
and well, I read that too.
Yeah.
And I didn't see it exactly the same as a standing committee, that
Right.
it was more of mobilizing assistants to do your
Right.
job. And that's what it specifically says, that
Okay,
help do your job.
Mhm.
You know, like if I said, I can't get around to see all these lawns. I need two guys to officially work under me and tell me, you
Right.
know, whose lawn needs to be mowed. That would be a trustee committee. And I don't know that it's
and
meetings or.
where is that? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Where was that? Bylaws or-
Under
Job
the
descriptions.
trustees assignments.
Yeah,
No, there's another section.
it's the bylaws that I think that say that.
That's what I.
I'd
It's the
have to
same
go
one
search
that I
into it,
did.
and I don't know.
I'll find that, Lori, but it's this, when I was the maintenance trustee, I had actually
Mhm.
wrote up a workshop to appoint Todd to take over the storage lots.
Mhm.
And I'll be
Right.
darned if I can remember that.
I think
But
it's
there is a
five.
Yeah, you did.
mechanism.
There is.
There is a
yeah,
mechanism for that to
Mhm.
happen.
For
Yes.
sure.
I would rather see it go that way instead of setting up any type of a committee, especially if we can get a program manager in here to do exactly what she just described.
You're ahead of your time. It's good to look towards the future. You're already there.
That's okay.
Okay, anything else on that one?
So there's no further action at this time?
Yep, no further action. Unless she wants to come back with that other paragraph, which I'll get you, Kathy.
Okay, thanks.
The next one we have is the Fair Housing Amendment Act, which is mine. I've had a couple of residents come to me that would either like to buy, or one person is already living here in Trailer Estates that has a 28-year-old daughter who is completely wheelchair bound
Mhm.
and is totally dependent on the parents. The fair housing, I'm sorry, let me go the other way. Another person wants to buy in here. His child is under the 45 age limit and is total autistic and has to be cared directly by the parent. They can't buy in here unless we change our rules and stuff here. With that, I went to our district's council, and I think everybody's got a copy of that
Mhm.
response. And we are well over the 80% of the Fair Housing Act. However, the last part there is the enforcement of this restriction may seem unduly harsh and is up to the district if it wants to pursue this matter. You have to show sympathy, but then on the other hand, you can always have a resident come back and say you're not enforcing your deed restrictions and can be sued the other way. I didn't want to make a decision and say, sure, come on in and do that, but I thought I'd bring it to the board for their decision.
Well, the
See how they wanted it.
The difference here, though, is between the guest that's coming just to stay 30 days and somebody who wants to buy.
Correct. They want to buy in the park.
So we're doing long-term versus short-term guests.
Mm.
Could there be a way that that the dependent individual with a disability, their physician, could draft a letter indicating,
Kind of like they do for pets?
I'm sorry, what?
I
Well,
said kind of like they do for
maybe
pets?
not, maybe not in the same vein, but,
Like what?
but,
They did for
but
pets.
yes, the idea is to have the physician say, any doctor would do this, that this individual requires 24/7 care.
That didn't even matter. What I did ask is if we had a court order that came in with the
Right.
prospective buyer, and it still came right back
Mm-hmm. I'm saying,
in accordance with our deed restriction, everything else under section
Mhm.
11. You have to, one has to be 55 and the other one has to be 45. It doesn't say anything. So if you want to be lenient, we can all go back to the attorney and see what we can do with it. But I hate to say this, I feel sorry for those individuals, but
I'm afraid we're opening a Pandora's box.
I'm sorry.
I'm afraid we don't be opening a Pandora's box.
I do too.
I agree.
Hmm.
I wouldn't consider it without changing the deed restriction that had strict requirements to prove that it was that they had to have that.
Yeah, because then who's going to enforce it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't guess.
Yeah, those.
Okay, so I will, no further action on that. I'll just tell the district council that we're not going to do it. Okay, the next item there is the bingo policy, PP 15A. And I apologize when I wrote that policy. The one thing that I forgot to put in there was visitors may not bring visitors. So under section 1, the last paragraph, I would just like to add visitors may not bring visitors.
Right after the dates played,
Correct.
okay?
And then I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do we need to look at this more? Because I've been told that this isn't, there's still problems down there. I've had residents complain about things.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. It's when we went in here on the section 1, it says the owner residence may bring up to 2 visitors, not more than 2 times per month. What I've always thought of the chairs or even the board's position is we're to provide recreation for trailer estates, park and recreation owners and residents, not from another park.
Mhm.
So this was developed and the people at Bingo actually said they'd like to have 2 visitors at 2 times per month, which doesn't solve the Bingo's problem of an outsider from another park coming in who may win $250 and irritate the rest of the people who are owners that are actually paying their assessments here. I don't know how to correct it other than saying,
Residents only.
well, then you have your residents and guests that you still have to watch in our policies and procedures. What I'd like to say is nobody from an outside park can attend. I don't know if you can say that or not.
Well, how about if they have a registered card from the office, then they can play. If they don't, they don't. Simple. My opinion. Now, so if my kids come down with me one weekend and they pop in on Friday and I can't get to the office in time to get them a card, then sorry, they don't play that night. But if they want to go on the Wednesday afterwards, I go down on Monday morning, I get them registered and then they can play on Wednesday. You don't have a card or guest
No.
card from the office, then
No.
they don't play.
No, if you're an owner resident, you can bring in and receive a 1-night pass to play bingo that night. So you can bring up 2 of your relatives or whoever stops by, but you can't do that more than 2 times per month. I'm sorry, an owner resident can't bring somebody out from the outside, but a relative you can bring in with and receive a guest pass. And if you know they're coming in, then you can still go to the office and pick up your pass.
But it didn't say it doesn't say relative. It
Right.
just,
Well-
that's what, I mean,
But again, you just have to go back to the whole section on what's a guest, what's a resident, and what's a visitor not exceeding 30 days. It was
We're
difficult to write this up.
Uh-huh.
I believe it.
doing,
Yes,
we're doing all of this to solve a specific instance and situation. Is there a reason why we can't just go and say, look, this doesn't really fit in with our plans and our world, and we'd appreciate that you not come back?
well, after I wrote this thing up and then I realized that I left the visitors, leaving visitors, and I still heard the same problem. But if you have owners that really don't give 2 damns and are still allowing this individual to come in and play, I don't care. If the bingo club can't monitor their own stuff, oh, hold it, that's a continuing record. It's yours. No. If they can't go in there and say, damn it, you're not invited anymore. But if you have residents that are just saying, oh, well, we're going to bring her in, which is totally what I see, I don't think it's the board's problem.
Plus their owners are signing for their guest, saying that they're there to represent them. So that just is all they got to do is find an owner in the bingo hall that'll
Right.
sign for them and say,
Sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're my guest.
But
Maybe it should be limited to the amount of guests. That might help. I don't play bingo and it's hard for me.
it does do that.
Yeah, your original.
The original write-up does
Mhm.
address that they actually have to
Sometimes,
sit
yeah.
with the owner
That
resident
sponsors
has
them, yeah.
to meet them at the door, walk
Right.
in the door, actually sign with.
Yeah, because
the,
they shouldn't be getting
trustee.
in anyway. They don't have a
Yeah,
file.
they shouldn't come in, but it's the one individual, and if, to me, if the bingo club can't say to that individual, you're no longer welcomed, and take care of that one issue, then so be it.
Is this
Careful, Dwayne, not a bingo club. The bingo is trustees.
Yeah, I know,
That's ours.
I know.
So it's not bingo club, it's us.
I have a 380.
So it's happening every time,
Every
even though
time,
we've talked about it?
every time.
Yep.
Yep, she stands at the door, and then the one time she brought
Yep.
in 3 or 4 guests, which really blew everybody apart.
That's an owner that
Been
doesn't.
happening for a couple
So-
years.
So, geez, I guess what I'm hearing is I can go to that person and say you're no longer welcome, since it's a board issue.
Our facility.
That would be my recommendation, rather than trying to pigeonhole a PP to exclude one individual for reasons. I think just go to that one individual and say, look, we do this for our residents. They all pay an assessment that helps cover the cost of the lights, the air conditioning, the bingo cards. And you're not a resident and you come consistently, and that's not appropriate.
Well, is it really open to the public?
No,
No.
no.
Okay, can I ask a question? Is this happening in other activities or just in bingo? I mean, is this happening with
No,
any
just-
other?
Just bingo, as far as I know. I haven't heard.
Well,
I-
that's not entirely true. There was rumblings at one time from Hand and Foot with people coming from outside the park. I haven't heard anything lately, but having, non-residents coming and playing.
And also with pickleball.
And pickleball.
No.
Yeah, that was
Pixels.
a issue at one time with pickleball. I hesitate to pigeonhole too much, because one of the card groups that I'm involved with, there's a couple that plays. One is a resident, and the other is their significant other that lives in Sarasota, and they play every week, all the time, and I don't want that to change.
Well, I
You
really
do.
don't know if I have the authority to do that, especially since all of our policies and procedures and deed restrictions say the owner resident can bring a guest,
Mhm.
the 30-day statute and the whole thing.
Right.
I don't know if I really have the authority to do that without changing every damn policy we've
Mhm.
got.
I agree. I mean, is it because this person won, or is it because of, I mean, I don't understand the
No, the
problem.
whole situation started is she's been coming here for years, I guess, but
Yeah,
one-
years.
she brought in like 4 extra guests,
Okay,
and they played. Well, if somebody would have won the $250,
And she's not a resident.
that would have really upset the
She's an
rest of them.
outsider.
I see.
But I actually have residents that won't come and play bingo because they're there.
I think the bottom line is it's for residents.
Mhm.
Right.
She's here all the time and she is not a resident.
Okay.
Yep.
If she gets one person to sign,
Mhm.
her in this week, she gets a
Mhm.
different person sign her in next week as a guest. So I think the whole thing is about she's not a resident
I see.
and here all the time.
And really, if the owners that are signing them in and everything, if the board chooses, since that is one of our functions, we can actually have that person's fob shut off and not allow them to attend that function.
Yeah, but how do you address
Yeah,
the
but how do you-
visitor
How do you
part?
do that?
Well, the visitor part will be,
Yeah.
without that owner being there, that visitor won't be able to get in because nobody will sign them in.
That's
So, and it's, yeah, personally, it's a difficult call, but the people who are going to bingo all the time, they don't want everybody from the outside winning every bit of their money.
Mhm.
I mean, they go there for the fun of doing that and making whatever money they make. I don't know.
Okay, let me offer this. I'd like to go ahead and just add the visitors, the hell did I say? Visitors can't bring visitors or
Yes.
Right.
Can't bring
guests
guests.
can't bring guests. And then I will do some further checking to see just what authority I have on having other parts or outside people that are non-residents allowed in.
Dwayne,
Yeah,
did you change the verbiage from visitors may not bring visitors to guests may not bring guests?
no, I don't think so. What did I read?
Because I had written down visitors and now I'm hearing you say guests.
No, what I put in there is visitors may not bring visitors.
Okay, all right, so we're sticking with the visitors verbiage. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me go ahead and do some further checking on that, but we'll go ahead and
You're gonna
approve that
bring
one.
that back, you're gonna approve it?
Yeah, do I need to bring this back with just that one sentence?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, you're changing PP. You're changing the PP, you gotta do it. I'll take care of it for you, Dwayne, if you'd like.
Okay. I'll bring that
Easier
back.
to swallow that way?
I'm sorry?
I said, was it easier to swallow that way?
Easier to swallow that way.
She's gonna do
Then
the
I'll take
changes
care
for
of
you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I can do it.
I'm just,
I'll
sorry.
take care of it, Lori. It'll be easy to do. I'll do that.
I've gotta make the changes and email them to you anyway, Dwayne. I can just go ahead and take care of it. It's not a bother.
Okay, you twisted my arm. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Let's jump off to the insurance liability and comp auto and.
Yeah.
Mary?
So, again, this is another area where it's up for renewal, except for flood insurance, which varies by building. These other insurance coverages all come up for renewal at 10/1. And the majority of them go through FMIT right now. And I've been approached by 2 different companies that want an opportunity to bid because they believe that they can be competitive and save the district money. So I have one company's given me all of their bids back. And they're going to, they have our current declaration pages. They know what our coverages are. They're matching or making better coverage options for us. The first company for all of our coverages, liability, property, workers' comp, and automobile insurance, has projected that they can give us the same, if not some better coverages and save us $9,000 a year. I have not received the other company's bid yet. I'm hoping to get it any day now. They both were told very specifically by me, if they wanted to bid, they had to do it quickly because these are 10/1 renewals. And they were committed to doing that. So I'm going to follow up with the second company today. What I need to know from this board is, this is another one of those deals where we're going to have to approve it at the 19th meeting in order for me to put these policies into effect by 10/1. So can I get kind of a blanket approval from the board that if I can make sure that we get the same, if not better coverages for less money, that I can bring forward to the next meeting, the proposal that I recommend, or maybe 2 of them, and we can choose so we can get it locked down and put into place and make it effective 10/1, or what can I do at this point? I was hoping I'd have both bids by today, and I only have one. And I got that one on Friday, so there wasn't enough time really to get it out to everybody to look at properly.
Is this company
Dwayne?
Boyd?
I'm sorry?
Is this company named Boyd?
One of them is, yes.
And the other one is,
The other one is Aegis. It's,
Aegis, okay.
yeah. That one's the one I have that said they can save us 9,000.
You know, I don't
That's
have a
our-
problem with giving you the blank approval on that. It just happened that this came up in another meeting that I had, and I think Tripar as well as Holiday Park
Hmm.
are getting.
That's
the
how they
same
got our
two-
name
are getting
because
the
they're
same
bidding
two
for
bids.
them.
Yep, same two bids. So I don't have a problem with that to meet the October 1st deadline.
Who gave you
Okay.
the 9,000, Mary?
Was Aegis.
M-
Aegis?
Yeah.
Mary,
It's actually, go ahead, Lori.
what I might recommend because of timing is that you submit a motion to switch insurance to, let's just rock with this one, Aegis. And then you provide Aegis's proposal, Boyd's proposal, and then you can amend your motion at the next meeting, but you've got the motion on the table to switch insurance to a company. And then we can beat it up as in the as discussed section and then amend the motion if necessary.
Okay,
That's easy.
Does that make
Everybody-
sense?
Everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
All right. with it.
yeah, and I'll provide a comparison that shows what we have today, what Aegis will give us and what the price will be, and what Boyd will give us and what the price will be. And then we can, I'll give you my recommendation, but then we'll beat it up and decide which one we're going with.
I'm not
Okay.
familiar with two of those companies. They're both reputable companies.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with them.
Yeah.
They're good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of them are, one works with the fire departments and stuff like that more than.
Okay, good enough for me.
Okay, with that, I would like to take a recess until 1:30 to do the interview, which is going to be on the Zoom. I invite everybody to come back from the audience. And then what I will do is go right back to that Florida Association of Special Districts once we conduct that interview. With that, let's reconvene at 1:30.
All right.
We're done.
Turn your mics off.
We're done right now at 12:59.
I'm just recessing.
Okay.
Yeah.
recess.
Yeah. Yeah. Nick, can you hear me? Nick,
He's got on mute.
you need to unmute yourself. The hell? Nick, can you hear us?
That's good. You can hear me now?
Yes, I can
Hey.
hear you now, Nick. Thank you.
Great. Great. It's a little hard to see with the sunlight, the screen. Let's apologize about that.
Get in the shade.
I have to step outside because there is, even as we were speaking on the phone, I was getting a number of people doing a million things at the same time today. So Tuesday, but it feels like a Monday.
Okay, Nick, the way this is set up, we have 9 board of trustees.
Yes.
Few of them are on Zoom as well as you. I'm going to start off the questionings for the position. And the first one that I was looking at is, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your name right. It's
It's Nicholas. Right, you
Huh?
can call me Nick.
Mhm.
It's
Call you
Nick.
Nick. You've
Yeah,
got,
you're pronouncing it fine.
because I butchered the last time I tried it.
Oh, don't worry. Nick is
Anyway, you
fine.
started off here saying that you had 21 years of experience at commercial residential property management. Can you explain just what you did there for that 21 years?
Still doing. I started off originally as an accountant for Hudson Capital, which is Crescent Heights. They basically build South Beach as we know it, a lot of the buildings. And got in originally to be an accountant. They put me as with the development and with the developers and become a property manager. So I was under the tutelage of Albie Galbit, Abraham Galbit. Everybody knows him as Albie. And just really got to learn everything that comes with development. So that was the start of it. Then after the market changed, the company downsized, but they referred me actually to Bob Stout. Robert Stout is like the one of the best construction managers you will ever find in Florida, if probably anywhere else. And he works for DR Deeds, and they needed somebody that was very well organized and capable to handle multiple projects at the same time. And came in and they gave me an offer. So I worked on the Eden Rock South Beach Marriott, Doral Marriott, doing a lot of the due diligence, the construction. Originally, it was just to be a property manager, but they even paid for my schooling classes at for construction. So I got an opportunity to not only learn, but apply, because I knew that was my one weakness, was the understanding of the building as a whole. And after those classes and after basically applying everything and building what we now see as the new Eden Rock and South Beach Marriott, it was a very good education. The project went over budget. It was originally $85 million, but the owners kept putting in a lot of money. We went up to like $260 million in that. It's not like they were hurting for money, but they had to stop all their projects. And so since that happened, they had to downsize, but they referred me to their cousins who own Morningside. And I came in and was working for them, and also on the side, bringing in clients for different property management companies and running HOAs, co-ops, commercial properties. And it's a very good, very busy time. And then it got a little difficult. My mother was with not doing well with cancer. So they gave me time to take her to the clinics and to the doctors and all that. So I was very grateful for them. So it's a lot of little changes here and there that happens, you know, when you write about life, all of a sudden life laughs and tells you what really is going to happen. But it was a good company, but it wasn't paying that well. So I wanted to start venturing into companies that paid well, properties that paid well. And that's when I went to companies like Grandview Palace, which is the Champagne Towers Part 2 at their current state. When I got there, it was a horrid condition. Horrid, and I'm not exaggerating or being dramatic. They have prostitution rings, child pornography rings, methamphetamine rings. The trash compactor was not working for I don't know how long. They were literally pouring money out the drain, as their cooling towers were not properly maintained and were just flushing out water nonstop. Security was lax, everything was lax. And they were on the front page after Hurricane Katrina or Wilma hit, where you could see the glass bust through the apartment into the hallway, into the other units through the drywalls. And it was just a very, they needed a lot of help. And so I came in, I resolved issues with their elevators, with their compactors, trained security. Just had to be very tough, sadly, because they were neglecting their fire systems. There was Spalding columns. Their pool was leaking for 10 years. They couldn't figure out, which was a very simple thing. You have to just use Malcolm's razor and just eliminate the obvious until you get to the obvious. And they checked drains, they checked this, they had to resurface. And I said, did you ever check the drains, the spill drains on the top part here? And they never checked the spigots in that area. So the drain goes into the water from the top. When you're swimming, you see it there. It has a little drain pan, and there's a gap about that big before it attaches to the PVC. So it was never attached. And that was their issue. So I resolved a 10-year item with that. A lot of monies that they were wasting on water by replacing the stop valve. It's similar to what you would see in a toilet tank that once the water level goes up, it turns off. That was completely corroded. They never replaced it. So I had that done. And put a backhoes, all these little things. So you do a lot of, but I wouldn't have known that if it wasn't for construction. Also stopped the prostitution ring or child pornography ring, It was very crazy. So I was like, I'm really tired of doing commercial and residential. I'd like to go back into something where it's a group of people that they're capable, that I don't have to listen to board members telling me how that they're going to spend $65,000 on a halo that goes around the top of the building instead of $75,000 on a fire alarm system that is more important. So in that frustration, I reached out to Daniel Galvin, and the son of Abraham Galvin, and he got me with David Braca. David Braca, Commercial Properties in West Palm. They paid for me to go up there. It was for 1 year. My idea was to work with them for 1 year there and then maybe move to New York or to other locations they have. But after the 1 year, the property manager that took a sabbatical for a year, she came back. They gave me a bonus. They gave me the whole year's pay because she came back 10 months instead of a year later. So it was a lot of education in there, and I liked it. It was a lot of fun. So these are some of the fun stuff. I know there's a question that was there you have before I go on.
Yeah, Nick, on your present job there at Sea-Air Towers, your
Yes.
second one you put in there that you trained and developed procedures for the new staff. Can you tell me how you did that?
Yes, since 2018 and 2019, the current board had been voted in. This property has been neglected for the past 20 years by the previous board. There was a lot of, there are certain court cases that are occurring right now. 6 of them are being served. So not much can be explained, but there was a lot of funneling of monies and not doing the job and selling limited common areas as property, a lot of illegal acts. So this board had to restart themselves twice because they said the election was a fraud. They kicked them out with an outside lawyer. So they had brought in the ombudsman. The ombudsman, Cohen, he came in and he corrected that. So they went through a whole legal process. But during that time, they lost a lot of their staff members. A lot of the staff members went to other locations, other properties. So they lost a lot of the brain power that makes a building. You have to understand the reality is simple. 99% of all the problems that any association, condo, co-op, or HOA has is because of the board. And this infighting had caused them to lose staff and people. And they brought in property management companies that did not do a great job. They brought one where the manager was literally sitting where I'm sitting right now in this nice view, smoking a cigarette, and not inside the office doing her job. So frustrations were there. One of our employees is 1 year now that she's been employed. The other one is a year and 2 months. So it tells you how long the staff has been here. So I came back in here in April, I believe it is. And there was no set procedures, policies. There was no set anything, training. So every Monday and every Friday, I would meet with the staff for a few minutes to make sure everybody knows what their current job is as a team and what is required of them. And then now we are doing it every week on Thursday. I also have a separate meeting with my maintenance crew in addition to all that every Tuesday. So a lot of training in regards to that, setting up the payroll and the HR training. We are now doing again the CPR classes for the staff. Originally, we were going to set that up, but the board didn't want everybody at the same class at the same time, which I thought would be a good team development. So we're split it into 2. So there's a lot of different things. I also had to rewrite each individual position, their job description, make sure that it was correct and it referred to this building, because I noticed that these job positions were in reference to companies like Castle and ACAM. I recognized right away where they pulled the information from. So I edited and made sure that we all agreed upon it and proceeded with that. As far as it goes, though, it was a good opportunity. It's a good opportunity because in my training with the staff, I explained to them, you are all Sea-Air Tower employees first. Your designation is second. So as myself, I'm walking down the hallway, I see a soda can or a piece of paper. I'm the property manager, I pick it up. Last week, they saw me with the staff digging to put in the new board that we have, the boardwalk that we have for the beach. A project that I headed and worked with my team, and they gave me ideas of how to do this, and I went with it. We decided what needed to be done, and we worked on that. And one resident says, "Well, you're the boss. You should delegate." I says, "I'm not the boss. I'm the leader." There is a major difference between leadership and being a boss. I don't bark orders. I get everybody to work together. I empower them. I give them the opportunity for discourse. And then at the end, we make a decision and we decide who's in charge and what gets to be done. So that's the training that I have with the staff. It's not that difficult because they are eager and willing and capable and have good people. And I'm very lucky and fortunate that they're here and I'm able to guide them and help them. I've had that same problem before. When I was in Orlando, the same issue. I was the only employee. I'll come in at 7 in the morning, clean the gym. At 9 o'clock, clean the gym and the facilities. And then at 9 o'clock, I'm in the office doing everything from variance reports, DDF fundings, answering emails and violations. And then it comes 11 o'clock, I'm in the kitchen calling and going through resumes while serving pizzas, burgers, hot dogs, and beer. For 50 days. I was counting the days and I started to slowly get a staff and they weren't the experts, but they were willing to work. They have a good disposition, they have a good heart. That's all that mattered to me. And 3 of them were promoted into a management training program for Icon management. One of them is been promoted into the training for the service section where we have for our restaurants, because it's commercial, residential, and with the resorts. And I'm very happy. As a matter of fact, 5 of the, or I want to say 5, I think it's 5 or 4 of the employees of the month for the year, mind you, we started in late, were all my employees of that property. So I felt grateful that they were recognized even by the company itself. I write an article. I have an article on LinkedIn. If you ever get a chance, it's called Masculine Leadership. I call it Masculine Leadership because I'm a guy. If it was a woman, it would be called Feminine Leadership. That's how it is. I was studying 6 styles of leadership. I wrote an article about that. And then I suddenly noticed that there's an amalgamation of pure leadership. And I wrote an article and I followed to it as much as I can. You know, I'm an aspiring book writer, I guess, one day, who knows. But I use that because I like to write it down to see where I am and kind of give mile markers to what I'm doing and learning. Sorry for the long explanation there.
That's okay. Let me go ahead and ask you, can you tell me what the Florida statutes are that authorizes park and recreation districts?
I can't quote them at this time, but I do know that it is set up with a committee and it is set up with different delegations than 718 or 720 or 721 has. It is a different setup. So I would not be able to quote it. And I am like that. I will not state or quote something if I'm not 100%. I prefer to read it off because the way that it's written, you have the designations, you have the different committees and board members to the areas that are then voted on to. But I don't know the exact wording, so I do not want to make that error and sound like an idiot. Because people will hold what I say to the fire.
Okay, have you researched or looked at our charter for Trailer Estates Park and Recreation?
Yes, I saw that there was a designation, so you do have the different board members and committees. It was 7 or 9 board members that I did remember reading, and I did remember reading that it is set up to different zones or sections or parks that you have as part of the group.
And can you tell me a little bit about your computer knowledge?
Oh, please, I could strip field a laptop right now and put it back together, let alone Excel is my favorite tool to use. I learned that from Albie, actually, not just from school. But yeah, everything from Excel to Word to you name it. I've been using that, even outside programs like Canva, Project Manager. Right now, here at this property, we have a general contractor that doesn't know how to make a phase schedule. Phase schedule is simple. All this construction that's being done, how many days does it take to do it? I don't need you to tell me the start and end date. I just need to know it takes you 5 days to do this, 10 days to paint that, et cetera, et cetera. He instead hands me a handwritten note on all this stuff and a lot of excuses. It's very frustrating because I have a phase schedule for our team. Our team is painting right now the other side of the wall. This is the south wall. And the north wall, we were originally going to have the contractor do. And $28,000 is too much to paint that area. And I can buy the equipment from Sherwin-Williams, plus get my GC discount. And my team is trained and capable of doing this. So I have my guys do it instead, and it costs me $10,000 in purchasing equipment and paint, not to mention any man hours. But not the benefit of it is not we're doing the north wall for 10 grand versus 28 grand. It's that we're doing the north wall and the south wall, and we're saving money. We have how to do this, and they can do other works, which is like the inside of the garage, other locations that we need this type of work instead of belting out that money with different general contracts. This, our staff is capable and able, and we can control it. So I created a phase schedule. Day 1, pressure cleaning. Day 2, I split it into 4 sections, that wall, and each day has its phase schedule, has its line, and it's a simple program for me. I'm surprised sometimes that this is a good question you ask if people know how to use Word, Excel. They don't, and in South Florida, they really don't. So I have to create the place myself, and thank goodness for Albie, thanks goodness for the school, and also continuing educations in these areas. So yeah, very long answer to a short question. Sorry about that.
Okay, when you're moving the camera or phone around there, are you doing daily inspections on the construction, and what improvements are you making with those construction projects?
Yes, so we have a general contractor that failed to give us a phase schedule. So I have to daily identify where his teams are at, what work they're doing, what is missing to complete or go to the next phase or stage of each project. Then after that, I do meet with them every Friday. I also meet with the engineer every Tuesday.
You're breaking up.
Contractors. Oh, I meet with each member on a weekly basis, on a daily basis. On Fridays, I meet with the GC to follow up on where things being done. But every day I'm looking to see what has been completed and to basically address it. If we finished already the drains, I need the waterproofing. When is that going to be done, etc. So I do walk the property, follow up on the GCs every day. I clock in about 7 miles a day if I'm not careful. And I don't wear dress shoes. I wear sneakers with special insoles because the amount of walking you do, trust me, you feel it by the end of the day. So yeah, I follow up with them.
Okay, can you give me some examples of your ability to work independently and with your attention to details and follow up?
Yes, you have to as a property manager. The property manager is the GM, HR, not just a property manager, not just HR, not just accounting. So you have to be able to break up your days, and then you have to break up your hours within those days for certain items, certain tasks that need to be resolved. Today, before 11 o'clock, payroll had to be verified, checked, and sent out, which was done. Then I also have different meetings with different people. So I have to make sure that I can put those days and times in between because there's a lot of surprises. This morning we had flooding. We had an issue with a gate and just a couple other things with the air conditioning system. So all these things suddenly pop up. So you have to be able to prioritize. You have to be able to compartmentalize. You have to have the courage to say, no, I can't address this right now. I have to take care of that. I wrote an article called The 7 C's of Customer Service of Property Management, and compartmentalize, having the courage to be able to say no. And basically, if you can't do this individually, you're gonna drown in the amount of work and surprises that occur. And we're doing construction, property management, training a whole new team, all at the same time. And then training the board to have the ability to let go because they've been running this for 2 years by themselves. So that's also part of it. So you're kind of a psychologist and amateur Tony Robbins all at the same time.
Do you have any experience in grant writing?
In grant writing, I do not have experience in it. I do apologize. I don't have experience in grant writing. That's something that I should start to learn because there are a lot of personal projects that I want to do that I was seeing about getting grants for.
Okay, and then can you give me examples of your ability to analyze and prepare financial statements for the budget?
Yes, of course. Now, what's great about it for me, it was that I originally started to learn the budgets and the financial statements in a due diligence aspect. That means that you research and you're basically auditing potential properties that you want to purchase. And then you are addressing what is it going to cost to run the day-to-day and then be able to break it down. This property had just basically a two-column item budget. The item, how much? And that doesn't work for me because if you say that you're going to spend $60,000 on maintenance, I want to know what are you spending every month because every month is different. If you're going to say you're spending $10,000 on decorations, I want to know when, 4th of July, Halloween, when is this and how much on those items. So I took the previous budget that they have currently and I basically filled in the months from December to December. I know it sounds off, you're adding an additional month, but you have to have a start month prior to everything. And I started going through our top system and seeing what are they paying out for how much for each different vendor. And I'm also adding line items to itemize. For example, landscaping, $10,000. Well, that's not true. You're spending $12,000 a year by just looking at how much we're paying per month. And in that 1,064 that they're spending every month, there's $300 that goes to the annuals, a certain amount that $200 that goes to mulch, and it comes at different intervals. So I put that information in there. So that month they might spend, $800 on landscaping, but there's $200 here that you're spending on the irrigation that's being worked on. So there's your 1,000. So if you itemize it, you're able to identify and break it down and see where your money really is going, not just saying landscaping. The landscaping consists of a lot of different disciplines, from fertilizer to mulch to trimming. So you have to put the cost for each one. So I've been working on this project just for a month now, getting it completed, that is, to send it to the board so they can really see what their budget consists of. That also includes payroll. That also includes my predictions of insurance, which could be very off for South Florida. It's incredible. They were $300,000 over from what we predicted from the year before, it looks like. So I'm doing all that, plus adding any increases that the vendors might have and payroll has to have it for 2023 set up and ready. So by October, they're receiving my first draft, and then they can go through that draft and we continue from there. Then after they put in their notes, I then work on creating a final draft. Now the final draft is a very complicated looking Excel spreadsheet. So what you have to do as a property manager is write a narrative, or you could do a PowerPoint, but you still have to write a narrative. I've done the PowerPoints in the past where it's just basically breaking down and showing if there's any increase, what is the actual percentage of increase? If you're going from 199 this year and 200 next year, what is that percentage increase? That's a small percentage right there, 0.5%. So it's less intimidating. The narratives also indicates how I got to these numbers, what are the priorities, what are projects that we are looking to have in the future that we need to address. For example, painting this building, how much it's going to cost, doing the roof, 1.2 million. I'm already getting these prices from different bids and vendors. Painting the building, it's 300,000 was the lowest I've gotten so far. Resurfacing the pools and everything. They didn't even have the monies. They had the monies aside, but they didn't know what it would cost to actually do the windows, which is 8,000, not 10. So you see the savings there. So it's a long process that can be addressed and basically broken down easily to see and understand is through Excel, but you have to put a narrative. You have to tell a story and explain why. And then that same budget next year, you have to then look at your deficit fundings and your variances. If you said that you're going to spend $375 to pay for the licensing for the pool in September, but you didn't, you could write in there that the reason we didn't is because the package and the information had been sent out the month before, or it's going to be sent out the month after. So you have to put a narrative. You have to understand your deficit. So you have to then every month address any deficits or alterations in costs in order to understand where you're going. And then next year you kind of perfect that budget, and then the year after, et cetera, et cetera. It takes about 3 to 5 years to perfect the budget, because you have to be able to every year see the adjustments of the environment, what's really happening, and understand the changes that are occurring in the property. A budget is not a final sale, but you have to always address it monthly so that you understand where you're going and where you need monies. Right now, we're overspending by 5,000. Well, we're going to need 5,000 from somewhere else. Where are we not spending 5,000, et cetera, et cetera? Or we don't do certain projects until next year, and we adjust the budget to be able to cover those projects.
Okay, at C Towers or C Air Towers, is that an HOA? And then have you had to deal with residents that are not abiding by the rules and regulations?
Always.
How do you deal with them?
The thing is that this property is a condo and commercial. So we have commercial leases downstairs, and then we have condo units that are being leased out, or residents live. About 20% of the residents live in this building. The rest are leased out. You have to be able to say no to Airbnb. We had a resident who her kids were throwing batteries and bottles from the penthouse floor. Is that very?
You froze. I can't see.
So we have a penthouse floor all the way here, and children were throwing bottles and batteries over it. And we have residents and people and guests at the pool, and one resident got hit by a bottle. And our security and myself, we had to address that. We took a picture. We saw 3 kids there. We go upstairs with security, and the resident says, "Oh, there's nobody in here." I says, "Well, that's great. We need to take a look, because you have 3 strangers now in your unit that you're using here." And she pretends she doesn't know how to open the door, and she says, "Well, they're downstairs." I says, "That's great. We'll go downstairs after, but I would like security to confirm if there are people in this balcony, in this unit." Obviously, we recorded them on camera, and we did see that they did do this. And she says, "It wasn't us." And says, "No, it was you. We have it on camera. We have photos. And so I'm going to fine you $100 for this." Well, her kids decided to retaliate and threw the plate glass for the glass table in the balcony, that big heavy glass, off the balcony with people downstairs. And it landed on the pool deck and into our pool. And health code says when glass goes into the pool, you have to drain the pool completely, power wash it, clean it, and have everything just cleaned up, including the filters, and then put back the water. They said they didn't do it. I have it on video again. I have amazing cameras here that can see everything. And they said, "Well, that's not us." I says, "No, that is you, and you're going to be fined for that, plus the costs of our staff, plus the cost of our pool company, plus the water. And at the same time, we've had the pool had to be closed for about 10 days because the health department has to come and check before we can reopen it again." You have to say no. My job is to say no. My job is not just to say, "Yes, that's great, that's awesome, awesome." As long as everybody's following the rules. A lot of people say, "Well, I don't adhere to the rules. It says no diving, but it says no diving." The picture shows a person diving head first. So I'm diving with my feet. It says no diving, period, because you could injure yourself or another person, and that could cause us to either have our insurance increase, or we don't have insurance, and then we have to shut down the pool completely because of that, let alone maybe the building. And they get entitled, and you have to tell them, "No, you are part of a commune, you are part of a covenant, you are part of an association, a condo, and we all agree to these rules. If you have your own house and your own property, you still have to adhere to a lot of rules. And if you are not, omitted from that. So my job as a property manager is to say, no, employee wants to leave early. Great. What is it? Well, I'm going to go party in South Beach. No, I need you to finish this work before you can go. I have an emergency. I have to go to the doctor. Yes, go. Each situation is different. Each situation has to be addressed. That's why we have fine committees, and that's why we have grievance committees, and that's why we also have myself to address and see whether or not we want it. I have a thing where I catch myself repeating and a former resident, former employee, coworker, he messaged me on Instagram. He says, Nick, I remember when you told me pick your battles. And I'm still using it to heart, and it's helping me. He was very stressed out. He's from Myanmar, Burma. He's been here for now 2 years and 2 months now, actually. And he was very stressed out when I first hired him. A lot of residents asking for food orders and all that. And I said, look, pace yourself. Pick your battles. Take the ones that are important. Don't get too excited about certain things. Address each one by one. You can't address it all at once. And he's been doing that in life now. And his mother and father, well, his father passed away. His mother is still there. And the stress is there, but he's taking it every step by one and picking the battles. Do I need to focus on this, or do I need to focus on that? And sometimes when it comes to incidents that occur, I also have to pick my battles. I can't run around and start telling kids not to run. I tell security to do that. And if it continues, then I pick my battles and I send them a notice or a violation in regards to it. But you have to pace yourself as a manager.
So you're pretty familiar with the fine schedule?
Yes.
Okay, and then the last question I had for you is, when does your CAM license expire?
Well, it doesn't expire because I'm renewing it. So I have 2 years from September 30th.
Okay,
This year. So 2024, September 30th, which I'm always taking the continuing classes and the seminars to also get the credits and then pay the fee to renew it with the DVR.
are you familiar with the Florida Associated Special Districts?
Special districts that are designated for parks and recreations, for trailer parks, for communities, for water resources, utilities. Yeah, they have different designations.
Yeah.
I know that because our HOA, I'm aware of it because of our HOA in Orlando is backed up to a wildlife preserve and a bird sanctuary on the other side. So our water retention ponds, our overflow ponds, actually belong to the CDD, the community development or city community development. And they're also, the streets do not belong to us, so they belong to the city of Orlando. So it's another designation. And then that means that the police have different rights compared to another section where the roads belong to us and it would be considered private, but the area behind it is a national wildlife preserve.
Okay, that was the end of my questions. Nick, who would like to go next?
Oh, there's more?
Oh, you betcha.
Oh, you only got one. There's 9 of us.
Yep, there's 9 of us.
Boy, hey.
That was the first question. How do you handle it?
Mary Chandler is our treasurer. Mary, would you go ahead and ask your questions, please?
I'm already impressed with budget variance and all of the details you gave on your budgeting experience. What do you use to track all this? Do you use Excel or have you ever dealt with QuickBooks?
Yeah, I never use QuickBooks. On our properties, we have 2 massive programs that are very effective. TOPS for the HOA portion or the condo portion. And then for rentals or a lot of the commercial properties, I use Yardi. And I input, if I don't have an accountant, I input the fees and the charges, or if I do have an accountant, I go to our top system that we have, TOPS 1, and I approve or adjust any billing or any estimate that might come in. You know, if they say, well, you only have to pay 50%, but my accountant wrote the whole 100%, I do the adjustments and send it back through before we start cutting checks. So I do that through TOPS and through Yardi. similar programs, different applications here and there, but it's the exact same process. On top of that, I have the Excel spreadsheet. So what I do is when I did the variance reports in Homestead, I'm sorry, in Orlando, I would get the final financials, second finals, a draft, and I would go through each line item or each GL and see if we, the monies are correct, and if there's no variance, if there is a variance about, either a $500 difference, et cetera, then I focus on it and find out what the variance is, and then make sure that it's put in, it's coded correctly. Because sometimes it happens that it's not coded correctly, or I can, instead of saying landscaping, I could do the grounds, or I could do the mulch, because that wasn't landscaping, it was just the new mulch that we came in. So I would be able to recode it. So I do that
Dwayne, he's doing
mostly.
my job.
Well,
You
I do
better
that
thank
That's
mostly.
what I do as a volunteer, to be honest with you. So this is music to
Oh,
my
boy.
ears, because
You
I
save 2 weeks of headache.
export information out of Excel, out of QuickBooks into Excel, and I'm looking at variances and did things get coded to the right account? Is that why I have a variance, or is
Yeah.
it timing? Was it supposed to happen next month and it happened this month, or vice versa?
Correct.
That's what I spend all my time doing, and I'm a volunteer, so I'm looking to certainly relieve myself from a lot of that work.
Mary, that's 2 weeks a month
Insurance, I'm
of
right now
work. I don't
going
know how
out
you
to
do
bid
that.
for all of our insurances, so
Okay.
you do that as well?
Yes, I go out to
All
bid with the
right.
insurances, and this building, a lot of insurance companies did not insure because of the age and because of the amount of claims. And then I had to go with the board, and we had to figure out what was the best. We basically broke it out to 3 policies, and we kind of cherry picked each policy to get the best price possible with the best coverage.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not just the cheapest price. We're looking for the one that does what it's supposed to do.
Sure. And that's what I'm doing right now. So, wow.
It's fun.
Some of the questions, trying to think what I had for questions. I was making notes here. What is the annual budget that you're working with right now?
For this one, it's 3.2 million annual budget. We also have separate from it a loan of 8.5 million that is going towards construction. Why the 2 separate amounts is because special assessing will not make any sense right now. It being that as we progress and a property that's old and there's a lot of things hidden behind every wall, we don't know the final amounts. So it's better to come in at the back end and then do a special assessment to slowly pay off the loan, or on the next year's budget, have a slight increase that will have a line item of paying the loan off. So we're doing that. So it's 3.29 right now. When I'm done with it, I have to do a couple increases, and that is in employees. We hired 2 additional employees, and I need to hire 2 more to cut back on security. So it's a small number. And then also our loan payoff, it's going to come in. And we're going to start doing a lot of these projects instead of having a general contractor to address multiple projects. I convinced the board, which I'm going to tell you is the best thing to do if you're having a property that people live in, is to hire contractors for each individual item, bid each individual item, and address and have each individual one resolved by a separate person, a separate company, in order to control the costs better and the timeline. GCs like to charge you more towards the end and take their time at the end.
So I'm
always done
curious, about how many hours a day do you work?
I can't work more than 8 hours physically here. Mentally, it's 24/7. I'm taking a shower, thinking about, okay, so I have to be able to, I can get the, instead of $27,000 for a concrete boardwalk, I can get one for 2. We could, and then I just have to buy the wood, and then we could do the French
Oh my
drain.
gosh.
Okay, we'll do that. So,
Right there with
the
you.
thing is,
Um,
in the morning though, I get up at, I get ready, and I take my boy to a newborn child. He's 10 months. He's going to be a year in October. And I take him to daycare, drive over there, and then I come here. It takes me about round trip 45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic. And then I'm here, and then at 5 o'clock, my butt has to be in that car going to pick him up, because the daycare here is at 5:30. It's the only person that we could find when we moved down here. We were very lucky to find a good person in Hollywood. So, even though that makes it mean 9 to 5, yesterday I was here with my wife and child addressing a sprinkler leak after we were in Homestead trying to spend time out so that we can, reset our clocks type of deal. So, and then mind you, the day before I was in the stroller with my son and we came here at 4 because we were doing a barbecue for Labor Day. One of my employees is a chef and he's licensed and insured for it. So he does a barbecue on the far end of our pool for the residents because we don't allow barbecue. So why not provide barbecue? So this is the first time, well, this isn't the first one, but this is the first time that we started this year. We've done already 3 since I got here: Memorial, 4th of July, Labor Day. And so I was here at 4 until 8 o'clock because I was finishing the board package for tonight's meeting at 6 o'clock, doing some final items. So I was taking care of that too. So even though I just told you it's from 9 to 5 because of my child, but sometimes you'll see me with my child and wife in here doing work. And they offered me an apartment and I said, I need time off. I need to rest. I can't do that. I would like to enjoy a pool without everybody bothering me.
Your family's okay with relocating to the other coast?
We've relocated twice, my wife and I. First time, and she was pregnant the second time. So, and then she decided, well, 3 times actually. So she decided to move down here after our child. I didn't understand postpartum depression was the issue. She was frustrated with her landlord. She hated it, all this stuff. She just, she's been at home all day long, of course. And she had a great job with a great resort in Disney. And she took an offer down here. She says, "You're coming with me or without me?" I'm like, "Oh, hey." So the next thing I'm calling up old offers. I'm talking to people. I'm like, "Hey, we moved down here." And then the very first 2 days I get pneumonia. My son gets bronchitis. The AC that we rented from these people, this apartment has toxic mold and they won't clean it. So I have to out of pocket do it. Plus I'm trying to avoid dying of pneumonia and having my son, with getting sick.
Oh my gosh.
And then she's frustrated at that job because the people here are the caliber of work is subpar, if not in the slime zone. It's just ridiculous. You're lucky if you can find a person who just comes in on time, let alone if they can do their
Wow.
job. And so she's frustrated about it. So this is something that we've both talked about and said, look, South Florida is Champagne Towers. Any second is going to crumble on itself. And I really don't want to be there when that happens. So
Well,
that's where we are.
my-
So she's okay.
My biggest concern, Nick, is that you might be bored.
No. Oh God, please. I want to be bored for God's sake. Why do people say that?
Well, you've got a lot of energy. I'm seeing a lot of energy. You've got a lot of
No, I'm
experience. You
tired.
do a
My
lot of
son was-
things. I don't.
No.
No.
My son didn't let me. Did I tell you that my son is 10 months old, that he wakes up still? My wife
Okay,
is exhausted. I'm
okay.
exhausted. I came in at 8 p.m. here where I was in here for an hour just to turn off the sprinklers and test
Okay.
the timers. I would like to be able to come home and just go, and not think about, oh God, they're text messaging me right now. Security, this person is peeing out in the parking lot. Oh no, this person. Oh. I would like some pace and peace and quiet. I've done too much.
Oh, it's
I'm
not going to be
energetic because
quiet,
that's
I
what it
assure
is.
you, but we only have a $1.8 million budget.
Okay.
And that
Well, then that means
includes
I could do it
payments on a $1.5 million loan, not millions
Okay.
and millions. Our very first time we've ever taken out a loan as a district.
Yeah.
This is a first
Okay.
for us.
Okay.
The major project that we're going to be doing is repairing the seawalls of our marina. That's what the 1.5 million is for.
Okay. You have to get
Previous
it
to that,
certified
probably
by
the
the
biggest
Coast Guard.
project we did was dredging the marina. I mean,
Yeah. And that is with the EPA on whether or not you can dredge in certain sections.
that was.
Even my
well
brain right
done.
now, I'm already thinking of the whole process of it,
Yeah.
contacting the EPA, Wildlife Federation, et cetera, just before you can even start dredging. And then after that, they still have to come in to make sure you do it right.
Yeah, well,
then you have to
we
get
went through
certified
all of
after
that and now we're
Good.
repairing the walls. So,
Good.
that's a kind of our big thing. We just painted our buildings. Finally gave them a facelift, but, I'm impressed with everything that you do, the way you approach things, your attitude, your energy. I'm really, we use QuickBooks, but I think you could probably pick it up like that.
No, I've used QuickBooks. Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very easy tool to learn. And if
It
you
is.
know Excel, you can handle it. So I don't think I have any more questions for him, Dwayne. I'm happy.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mary.
thank you very much. Kathy, would you like to jump in?
Sure.
Hi, Kathy.
Afternoon. I admire you sitting in the hot sun in Florida. I'm really impressed with that.
In a black shirt, I picked the right colors.
Well, you're
I'm
not
watching
melting.
myself tan.
Well, you're not melting yet, so.
No,
I
no,
just
I
have,
used
I
to
just
live
have
in
one
deserts.
question for you. I know that you hit the ground running in all your jobs, but can you tell me how you adapt to new job duties? How do you do it? What is your learning style?
My learning style is that nothing is repeated. I mean, nothing is new. I've gone through this enough to already know the punchline as it comes in. I'll get a couple surprises here and there, but I understand what I'm facing, what I'm dealing with, because I've done it. I'll have residents who come in with a whole new potential idea or complaint, but I already understand it. And so I already know the punchline. Example, this Saturday, I was here checking on the emails with my boy watching Sesame Street on the other computer monitor because I had so many emails. I like to answer them, but it was incredible. By Friday, I was exhausted. I had 60 emails left, and I was like, I gotta come back tomorrow. I can't do this today. I have to pick up my boy. And this resident said, well, during I sent out an email about how to prepare for hurricanes. The resident suggested that to not turn off the water and power for the building. We are in flood zone A. So this is the first place for evacuation after I think 89 miles or 112 miles. So, you know, the reason you shut off power and water is because there are power surges and water surges that occur that can destroy pipes and electricity. So we do have to, if not, trust me, FPL will probably shut off the power anyways. So I explained that we can't and we have to shut off. And also residents shouldn't be here. So if there are residents here, how will you know if they're here? Well, we already have a list of residents who are special needs, elderly, who who are on oxygen or life support. If there is an order to evacuate, we have to identify these residents and find out if they have gone to the shelters that do provide the services that they need with power and all that, and with backup generators. And if they decided to stay, we need to know that they are here because we need to be able to tell paramedics and fire to go pick up the body. I mean, it happens. And a lot of people are very stubborn, and I have to be very harsh on it to explain to them the reality. What happened is Grandview Palace was in the front page newspaper, as I said before, busted in, and then came Hurricane Irma. Irma is a stronger hurricane than Wilma and Katrina was. And what I did is I was already prepared. I had cleaned out the drain systems, cleaned out a lot of situations that occurred here because I knew that sooner or later we're going to be hit by a storm and we need to be ready. Hurricane Irma was a year away, didn't even know. I put UV lights in the AC systems because I knew that, you know, we want to battle mold and fungus and viruses. I didn't know about COVID back then. So even though these are a lot of surprises for a lot of managers, for me, I'm already taking preemptive steps. Hurricane Irma did come in. I had already set up WhatsApp. It's a great program where I have one group for maintenance, one group for office, one group for janitorial, one group for security, one group for parking, and one group for the board members. And I can communicate with all of them universally, I mean, in the most effective way, photos, videos, even emergency full call. If I need to call my maintenance people at once, I press call and I'm on the phone with all three of them. So Hurricane Irma came in, I addressed it. I advised residents to fill their bathtub and to turn their AC as extremely cold as possible. We turned their hallways extremely cold as possible because a lot of people don't know about the pressurization and the glass. That your glass will do this. If it's too hot inside, it will bust in on itself. And we also had cleaned out and removed all the items prior, and then we removed all the furniture a week or so prior, and then we completely cleaned out the whole areas. It was an evacuation zones, but I stayed because I stayed with a security who was a volunteer because I cannot ask an employee to stay. That is illegal. But if they want to volunteer, that's awesome. And we went through Hurricane Irma. I actually restarted the generator by connecting the water line popped. And I cut a hose line and reconnected it and fastened it so it could run for a little while longer. during the storm and stopped vandals that came in to try to break in and steal a motorcycle and break in and take a car. But was great that because ahead of time, their garage flooded in the last storms. This time it didn't because the drains were all completely cleared out. They were complaining about $2,000 in that. We saved, I don't know, countless of monies in cleaning up and anything that would have flooded our garage and the insurance, let alone. None of the windows broke. The only ones that did break were caused by people who had these tarp type storm shutters there, and they weren't fastened properly, and they smashed in there. And in one unit, he left his bowling ball, go figure, in the balcony. I don't know why. Or no, it wasn't a bowling ball, it was a kettleball. And it busted the wind, pushed and busted the unit. And we only had 7 windows broken compared to all of them. But that wasn't because I was addressing surprises. I preemptively already addressed this. I already set up a communication. I already cleaned the drains out. I already started putting UV lights. I already trained my staff. I already constantly would send a weekly email about hurricane preparedness prior to hurricane season to all the residents, where to go, where to park their car. And on top of that, when the hurricanes did come, I already developed a relationship with the mayor, the police department, and fire department, the local PDs. And I told them, hey, I noticed that you guys don't have a garage to store your vehicles and equipment. You could use our garage and equipment. My board was up in arms. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Look, I'm the smartest man in the room. I told them, when an emergency happens and the hurricane comes in, after the hurricane's done, where do you think the paramedics, the police, and the fire department is going to go to first? What's the first place they're going to go to get their equipment? Where's their equipment? Right here. And I also talked to the National Guard and told them that when they come, I would like to offer you our showers that we have for our pools and our marina section. And we should have AC because it's the lower area and we can run the generators. And they said, thank you, we will be there. What's your address? Who are you? What's your phone number? National Guard was there, police department was there, everybody was there. EMT was there, sadly, to take out 4 people, excuse me, in different boats. They stayed in the marina and the storm just decimated the whole marina. And those 4 people drowned because they didn't want to listen. They thought they knew better. I told them they had to get out of there. They didn't get out. I wrote a report to cover ourselves in the insurance. And I hate that because I felt like I signed a death warrant. I mean, it was sad. So you do have to address these things, but you have to know ahead of time, prepare ahead of time, be ready already. And I'm right now sending emails to my residents about hurricane preparedness. So getting them already to pay attention. It's nice and sunny here, but a storm's arising. You got to be ready.
Nick, can I move on to
Yes, sir.
Captain last? Todd Lombardi is
Sorry.
our maintenance foreman.
Okay, Nick, sounds like you got a pretty good background, but
I've been kicked around enough.
can you tell me what the difference is between a HOA and a special district?
Well, homeowners association has their own governing documents and bylaws that are developed and created by the developer, who first has to submit the condo documents in order to establish it. So example, Lennar Homes, they will take a developing district, for example, and purchase it. And then they will develop and build on it with fundings from their own and sometimes from the city. A special district is usually funded and maintained by the state or the city or the municipality. Those are the 2 separate parts. Now, co-op can write some of their own rules as long as it's compliance with Florida statute laws. There are more rules and more guidance in regard and more checks and balances in a special district. So the finances for a co-op is separate. They have to address the answer to the ownership, while a special district answers to the ownership and to the municipality.
Okay, thank you.
That's just short of it.
Tell me what I'm sure you've done some research. Tell me what you know about trailer estates.
Oh, no, not enough research. I apologize. It has been and I always, like I said, if I don't know, I won't say or make up something. I always like to be straight with that. It has been nonstop. While we were talking, I had 3 different people like mime to me information from a distance, and I have to just go yes, no, or from the side, go away. While I was on the phone with Dwayne here and with you, Todd, I had 2 people come up, and you probably even heard me talk to them. It says, let me take care of this first and we'll talk about that later. I have not had a chance because of the amount of pummeling of work that we have right now. We're starting up a paint project. We just finished the boardwalk. I still have to address this issues with the waterproofing, and then I have the board meeting that's coming up today. So I have to have everything set up and constantly communicate with the board to make sure they are okay with the agenda that I wrote for them. of all the projects
Fair
that are
enough.
happening. Sorry about that. I apologize.
That's all right.
Okay, and then next is Russell McAllister for North Trustee.
Yes.
Nick, would you be prepared to get the special districts licensing and everything to be able to accommodate us a little better as far as districts goes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you're ready to move when?
I need to give 2 months notice so I can be mentally ready. 2
Thank
months
you,
and a
sir.
week. I need a week off.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
next,
sir.
we
Thank you,
have,
Russell.
next is Lewis Nichols, who is our South Trustee.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate your time and your energy and, but my questions have all been answered. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you.
I got one question. Are you telling me that all the people you guys have been interviewing have been falling asleep at the wheel where they're talking to you? They're like this?
No, no, I just, I appreciate your in-depth answers to a lot of the questions. I feel like a lot of your background is construction more than property management. Is that a fair assessment?
No, it's not. Commercial, residential, well, actually, accounting, commercial, residential, psychologist, construction. It seems like to me. It's all encompassing. The properties in Florida have been neglected for decades. And I've gotten very fortunate that I knew that that was my weak spot when I first started. And I had an opportunity to do the Eden Rock, a very historical building, South Beach Marriott. And I got an opportunity to put a little bit of my own signature in a lot of the things that they did there. But I couldn't have done it if I did. I couldn't be as knowledgeable in construction if I didn't do that. Build a building from just the ground up and another one from the wall out. So when I look at the building, I see the neglect, I see the issues to address them right away. And I appreciate this board that we have associations, they fought. And I mean, they really, with lawyers and everything, people attacked them. After 20 years of neglect, they said, enough is enough. This is our property. We invested in it. I mean, why would you invest in a property that doesn't invest in itself? And they working on saving people's lives because we now see what happens. And I really back them up for this. And that's right now it's construction. Tomorrow it's accounting. The next day it's HR. I have to be a 3, 4, 5-legged chair. How many things? Yeah, 5-legged chair.
Thank you.
Anything else?
My pleasure.
Okay, Sandy Simonich is our
Human welfare.
Health and Welfare. Sandy, would you go ahead? Maybe not.
Muted.
Muted.
Okay,
Here she goes.
I just,
There you
I have
go.
one question.
Yes, Sandy.
You have answered so many of them already. I appreciate that. But I have one question about how important do you think it is to promote the popular recreational activities in our parks since we are an over 55 and to attract the new residents?
Well, the thing is, what you are not promoting the activities. You're promoting the community. The community, when a real estate agent is walking in a building and says, "Oh, they have a nice pool," they're promoting that. You have to be, and we're right in front of the beach. You're promoting that. So you promote the property. What you do is you add value to it by having these activities. These activities add a level or an amount of value. When we have properties that have resorts, the resorts sell the properties. The resort is owned by the developer, not the HOA, but the developer still owns a lot of these units. So they promote the activities. I started doing on Instagram. If you catch me on Instagram, the 1 Minute Property Manager, and I'm there talking like a California, hey bro, how we going for the tacos? You know, I'll talk about like in a California accent, acting like a fool, dressed up with a wig and an Elvis jacket, playing guitar, saying, You know, I want to do karaoke 20, and then I create where we are designating our new garden for the community garden, and I have my hands in the concrete that we're going to put in the in the garden, and I pretend that I can't get my hands out because it's embedded in the concrete and I need help and I'm stuck there. And then it's already nightfall and you still see me there going like, if anyone can help me with this. It sounds funny, it sounds silly. I use a puppet to promote Gatorland. It's a alligator because it's kids. What am I going to tell a kid? I'm going to have a puppet do it. I even bought a puppet because I understand how important it is to promote this and promote it properly and promote it where people want to look at it. When I write my emails to the residents about what's going on, it's positive, has maybe something funny, it has a nice quote, because I want them to want to open it up and look at it, because that promotes the work, the property. I do not want to buy in this building. This building that I'm in, Grandview Palace that I was at, I would never buy because my aunt told me, why invest in a property that doesn't invest in yourself? In itself. And this property is going through a lot of changes. It's a great time to buy, but I wouldn't invest in it because it hasn't gone to that level where it can promote itself. Right now, it's trying to fix itself. So when you promote community activities, what you're saying is we fixed ourselves and we're good and we're doing well, that we can allocate this time for some fun stuff. You know, you ate all your dinner, now you can have your pudding. So it's important. If you go on there, you'll see it, have a laugh, have a giggle. Scroll down, you even see me promoting the employees. I do Employee of the Month. Here I do Employee of Sierra Towers, where I recognize the employee and I tell the residents about them. Because I'm promoting not only the activity, but I'm promoting saying, hey, we got the right people in here doing the right job. They're good people. This is why. So it's important. It's always. I think, Sandy, that is the best question I've heard all day today, other than how do you pronounce my first name?
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Nick, before I go on to Lori Dalton, our secretary, how well versed are you with establishing a Facebook page to promote Trailer Estates to the rest of the residents?
I did do that. I'm very well versed in it. I've done three. I've done three. One for Grandview Palace when I was first in charge of it. One for Aetna Realty because I wanted to create an Instagram account because I wanted to promote the Citizens Building. It's a big building from 1912, built in 1912. And it's just a big, gigantic white block. So I got LED lights that can change and I can make it like look like for St. Patrick's Day, I can have it green. For Pride Day, I can have the rainbow flag or purple when Prince comes into town. For 4th of July, we do the red, white, and blue. So I was able to do that and I could take a photo of it and help promote it. So with the Facebook, I did that for Grandview and I showed them us restoring an artwork that was done by a famous French sculptor that they wanted to tear apart. I was like, no, we're going to restore this and we're going to do the best he can. He passed away so that he can't come in to be commissioned to do this. So I promote that. I used to have a musical group and I promoted them. And then I had one for Facebook for my mom when she was alive, for her translation company, interpreters and translators, promoted that. It's a great program. I use Instagram a lot more because it's more people are looking at it. Plus, when you use the Instagram and you do the videos and pictures, it transfers to Facebook, which is awesome. So you don't do twice the work.
Okay, great. Thank you. Lori,
My
would you
pleasure.
go ahead?
Nick, I just had one question, and I know you explained it a little bit. I just have to ask, do you have a methodology behind changing companies every few years, or is that just coincidence?
You know, that's a good question. My methodology might be psychotic or something. Right? Why would I change to a different location? I really wanted Lori to stay in Orlando for the next 5+ years with Icon Management. I really did want this. Situation changed. My wife was frustrated in Orlando. We just had our son. She felt like, a lot of different emotions. It's very difficult. She wanted to feel of value, and I got her an amazing job. I went sending out her resume. I got her an amazing job, and she didn't want it. She wanted it down here, and I had a choice. That's why that changed. What happens is I usually sign up for like a year or 2-year contract for a lot of these works. Aetna was a 1-year contract, is what happens. And with Grandview Palace, I worked really hard. And I did so much, Lori, to make that building amazing. Their property, their units, they couldn't even sell it at $99,000. Imagine a building where you have the Intercoastal and you have Miami Beach right in front of you, and then you have an amazing view from downtown Miami all the way to Hollywood and Fort Lauderdale. You can see everything, and you can't even sell that unit for $100,000. I came in, I fixed the place up as much as possible and then some, and trained and got the right people. And then the board screwed it up. Before I left, there was a New England Saints football player who bought a unit, corner unit, penthouse for $550,000 and was in the magazines about that purchase too, with a view and everything. He parks his Ferrari California red hardtop convertible in that spot there underneath an area that still needs Spalding work. So you got rocks falling on a Ferrari. I mean, come on, what are you doing? Cutting the Mona Lisa? I mean, come on, it's a Ferrari. And it's a California. It's one of the best designs outside of the 4.4. So the frustration that I had is that I'm not getting anywhere with them, and they are starting to turn in on themselves. 99% of problems of HOAs, I'm going to write an article about this and make it into part of my book, is the board. The board, and I don't like playing politics. As you can tell already so far, I'm straight to the point. No politics, no BS, right to the point, what you want to hear, because my parents were translators. I worked with lawyers, and they tell you how it is, and they charge you $500. I'm telling you $500 with an hour of information. So when I see that happening, I'm more like, I gotta change. I gotta go somewhere else. I gotta get out of South Florida, which I was attempting to do, and I got sucked back in. Feel like I'm in a Scarface movie. The other issue was with Hudson Capital. The market changed, so they downsized. And with Key International, they overspent at the $86 million original amount. I had no control of that budget. They went to 260, so they had to stop and pause everything. And so I was with Morningside for quite a long time, 5-7 years. I got to look at it again. And I liked working with them, but they weren't paying that well. And I needed to make more money because my mom got sick and I had to take care of the apartment, pay down bills and pay down that I didn't know that she had. And so I had to take another job that paid a lot more. And so that's why I did that. And then after that, it just became a spiral of just trying to find a place again. If my mom was still healthy and things were better, I would still be with Morningside as we speak. And that would make it quite a long time. Yeah. So I guess the environment changes.
Thank you, Nick. I didn't mean to have you relive negative situations. I just needed to know your thought process, and so I get it. I understand it completely. Thank you so much. That's all.
That was my thought process. Put it right in there. It's when boom. Yeah.
Can I
Okay,
ask a quick question, Dwayne?
Sure, please.
Nick, did I hear you say that you're gonna have to give your current employer a 2-month notice?
Yes, 60 days. I have it
60
in my
days?
contract. I have it in my
Oh, okay,
contract. Yeah, and also I would want to give them as much notice as possible in general, because it's impossible to find a manager that could do this. Impossible. I can't think of well, no, maybe the assistant manager for the Tides next door might be able to set, but I can't think of a person that could do this.
okay.
Okay. Do we have any additional questions, please?
I'm good.
If not, Nick, I
Oh,
want
wait
to
a
thank
minute,
you very
Dwayne, I
much.
do have one more. I wanted to give somebody else a chance, and then I promise this will be the last one.
Okay,
Do you think, Nick, there's a chance that you and your wife, your family could come to the West Coast and pay a visit and see what you'd be getting into if you moved here?
In matter of fact, my wife and I are planning to. There are some offers and there are some potential restaurants for her and management companies here in Tampa and St. Petersburg. And I used to live in St. Pete when I was working for Hudson Capital for Itopia. I had a place there. So yes, we are planning to go there. It's just that because of our scheduling, it's been a little tight. We had finally a day off together, so we went to Homestead yesterday with our son. So we are planning that. In
Sure.
fact, we also have another opportune situation with Vegas and San Francisco is a restaurant, and in Vegas, it's a famous restaurant by a famous loud screaming chef that you might know. I can't
Oh, my
say who it
goodness.
is, but there's a
Okay.
possibility for her. And if that's the case, I know of a commercial property management company that keeps emailing me to see if I ever want to come down to Vegas to check out the place. So I'll see what happens. I mean, she might go on Chop is what I understand, but she's been texting the people that does the show Chop back and forth to find out that one of my mentors, his brother, is a consultant for Chop. So I thought that was cute. So there is a potential. We are talking about this. We are planning that because these plans will consist of also my mother-in-law who moved from Connecticut down to Delray. I bought her a 55 and over community at Keenehurst. So we might decide to take her with us, which will be great.
Okay,
Okay, if there are no further questions, Nick, I want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule, and I will probably get back with you within a day or two.
I appreciate it very much, Dwayne. Dwayne, thank you so much.
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
guys. I make a squishy face while I try to figure out how to hang up. There we go. Sunlight. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Is it going? Okay. What everybody think?
Maybe we'll lose him if we don't.
He's the only one out of the four that I would vote yes for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very impressive.
I was
Yeah, I
getting
agree with
excited
Todd.
until the last 5 minutes. I don't know if we're gonna be able to nab him.
Well, I think it's gonna be more a problem of if we would get him is keeping him.
Keeping him. That was my thought.
Yep.
And matter of fact, when I read his resume, that's exactly what I told myself. I said, this would be a stepping stone for the guy. But that may not be a bad thing because you could get some systems in place.
Especially with the knowledge he has.
Right. So my opinion is send him an offer.
Well, I think he's gonna have to come here, and if his wife can find something here, he's got a, we've got a chance. But if his wife can't find a restaurant here that's her caliber, which might be a challenge, then he's not gonna be interested. But
Mary, maybe we'll just change.
that's
the
why I
fire
wanted
hall
him
into
to
a
come.
restaurant.
There you go. That's a good choice.
What's the matter?
Did you hear that one? We're
I
gonna
didn't.
No.
change the firehouse into a restaurant.
Be great, actually.
That may be the answer. She can open up her own restaurant.
It sure could be. So what I'm hearing is everybody is pretty much in favor of making an offer to this gentleman? Do I hear any?
I think you'd have to do a straw vote, wouldn't you? And then bring it to the board meeting? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm questioning that.
Well,
I don't know.
it's either that or get on the district page and pay the money to hire a district manager.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I got no problem hiring. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure we do it right. And
Yeah.
then
Yeah, okay, the item that I had on there was the Florida Association of Special Districts. I finally got in touch with them. I sent them our email addresses and everything else. I had one of the board members that does the joining of into the special districts. Trailer states could not join until October 1st. They have a 50% savings right now on your first quarter, which would be reduced down to 1,500 instead of 3,000. And if I've read everything right, it looks like to join the FASD would be $5,000.
A year?
Yes. The reason I put that in is just in case this interview didn't work out, then we could go ahead the 1st of October and join this thing and try to find a special district employee.
Well, if he's willing to embark on the special districts to get his license and everything, that might be a benefit for him too.
Well, what I found out is once we do join the Florida Special Districts, there are a lot of other districts that put out information that would help the Board of Trustees as well as
Oh, yeah.
other topics. I mean, when I first looked at them, all I was seeing is fire districts, mosquito districts, road districts, and I thought, hell, this isn't for us, but they have a lot of communications, more training for special district managers. And if this person here doesn't work out, at least I would have a second place to go, or the board would have a second place to go to actually put an advertisement out for people who are already special district managers. So if everybody's favorable for that, I will put that in for the next meeting or an October 1st budget submission, Mary.
Yep.
Okay. Does anybody have objections to that?
Nope.
Okay, what I think I'm gonna do is get in touch with that applicant, tell him here's what we're going to offer. The last I remember from setting this thing up was we were going to go up to $100,000 plus benefits.
Yes.
Is that what everybody remember?
Yep.
So if I can start off with a different wage, maybe we can get him up here.
I had a question.
We're not going to be paying moving expenses, are we?
We never talked about that.
We never talked about it. I never thought we would have to, but here it is.
Well, he mentioned something that we've never talked about as a contract.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it came to that, I would go right back to district's council and have a professional contract written up.
Year, 2 years?
Oh, at
2
least
years.
two.
Yeah,
I would want 2 years or no go.
2 years with the 60-day notice like he's got now.
Yeah, I would go with that.
A penalty for break.
Make sure you sell the benefit package, Dwayne. That could be a kicker, you know, that we pay 100% of his and 75% of his wife and his baby.
Okay.
That could,
Yep,
that could be
that's
worth
what-
something to him.
Louis?
Does anybody have a sense this guy's making like 200,000 a year?
Yep.
That's what I'm afraid of, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Making a lot of
Well,
no.
the salary was in
Why would
the
he put
advertisement,
in-
wasn't it?
Why would he put in for an 80,000 to 90,000 for the job application in ZipRecruiter if he's
That's what
making
I-
200,000?
That's what I wondered.
I just don't see it, but we got people in the audience
knows.
would.
He may be used to bartering for salary, so he may say, this is great, but I'm willing to come for this.
Mhm.
That's a proven tactic when you're looking for a job.
Mhm.
I did all of this. This is what I'm worth. So if he says, I'll come for a 150, what do we do?
No,
No.
I'll say thank you very much. The
We-
budget just won't carry.
Yeah, we got to look at the park first.
Yep.
Oh, that's what I'm
He-
saying.
I think it's
He
more.
should
of a-
already be expecting that, Kathy, when I told him our entire budget's 1.8 million. I
Yep.
mean,
Good point.
he should have seen the writing on the wall there as far as how much we're gonna be able to offer him.
Okay, so if everybody's agreeable, I will get in touch with him, make him that offer between 80 and 90,000. Even if I have to go up to the 100,000 and plus benefits, I'll do it.
He's not
Just
watching.
Talk to him for an
I
hour
hope
and
he's not
45
watching.
minutes.
Well, he can go back and watch it.
Well,
on-
benefits come no
True,
matter what
true.
the salary is, but yeah.
True.
Right.
So I will do that. And I guess I'm gonna have to report back on September 16th because I can't break the sunshine law.
Dwayne,
Be the 19th. Yeah.
Or 19th, I'm sorry.
Hmm.
Yeah, Lori.
Dwayne, you can always send an email out that
Mhm.
notifies us all of the information with a do not respond. We'll discuss it at the 19th meeting.
That I will do.
Okay,
Are we gonna
Okay.
open it up to public comment?
Yep, that's my next item. I have no other items that I think I've overlooked, but the last one I have here
No.
then will be the public comment.
They're commented out.
Do I have anybody on Zoom that would like to make a public comment? Hearing none, I'm going to close the workshop at, geez, what is it, 2:58? 2:58.
Realize we're just gonna-
Thank you very much.
We just
Turn
talked-
off your mics.
all right, thank you.
We just talked to him.
Which mouse? What happened to my mouse? Oh, right here.